I think we got one.
And Saucy Santana.
It's trap season, bro.
Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Let me tell y'all the story. Ride through Miami, it was glory. The scribble hoes, they adore me. I'm doing shit the girls couldn't do before me. And always be that one lame nigga who couldn't take, so he had to pull the trigger. The label's calling, the deal's getting bigger. I went back to my hood and had a cookout with my niggas. Rolls Royce riding. I had a bunch of bad bitches, we was vibing. My mama told me keep grinding. My man Carl said, babe, keep shining. In the mansion with Tommy, we was wildin'. Many fresh shit, bitch, I big timing. Nah, hold us in a love and hip hop. I ain't on the show, such a storyline still flop. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. No weapon form shall prosper. I was drunk as hell late up at the dock. I'm ghost well proper. FaceTime on my dudes, sounding like an opera. The police, they ain't give a fuck. I'm blessed, baby boy, man, that shit wasn't luck. I got hit. I don't give a fuck. I'm still touring the world while I'm chucking my juices up. Train past the Patron. Turned up and I'm ready to show. Let's call it's on. I'm swimming period, bitch, like a city girl clone. Move over, I need my seat on the throne. I ain't got no level yet, making moves on my own. These pussy niggas can't handle it. I stay crunk, ain't no need for a mechanic, bitch. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Y'all hoes be talking crazy online. Staying with your mama, you can't speak on mine. You just a broke ass opinion. Oh, bitch, you ain't even got a dime. Why you stalking, I'ma shine. Baby girl, I'm in the light, you the line. I get respect for real niggas. I get respect for real hitters. I get respect from all the trappers. I sell dope, then became a rapper. Here in Florida, what's happening? Sure, I love the same bitches I was trapping. I don't need no army, Mr. Smart Ass. Give me a pin up in the sign for a lot of cash. The other bitch, she an old dirty hoe. Hit up Verizon so your phone don't go off during your show. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Line it up, hoes, 1, 2, 3. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. Real bitch, go to my hood and see. I'm a bad bitch, me, I can't kill me. I see y'all internet bitches. You can't motherfucking kill me. Bitch, I'm just getting motherfucking started. It's a long time before I'm finna get on the motherfucking spot. Move the fuck over. I need my seat on the throne. Trey, let a bitch know.
For the team, took a bullet for the dream that we would one day all be free, free from prejudice, free from sexism, free from bigotry. I die for creativity, I die for freedom to be free. I died and left a legacy. Oh, but baby, I still live through technology. Oh,
Hello, 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 and welcome to Fuck Shit Friday. Fuck Nigga Friday. We thought we were fuck nigga free, but we're not, girl. I really want to believe that there is an opportunity for people to really find reconciliation and to move forward, because at the end of the and I just want to say this, contrary to what anybody wants to believe, what they want to believe, what they think is true, what they believe is true, what they feel is true, getting queer people to go back into the closet, to go back into obscurity, to go back to being made fun of, it is never going to happen. Just like I have to accept the fact that unfortunately, as long as I live on planet Earth, there will be ignorant ass people. Guess what? Y'all gonna have to deal with queer people. So I guess we all about to be irritated. We all about to be pressed. We all about to feel some type of way in this bitch. What's up, intrinsic love? What's going on? How are you? Now I'm in a different energy, in a different frequency, because with everything that I do, I try my best to instill love. And I'm gonna find a way to do it in here too. But since we're dealing with toxic masculinity, since we're dealing with a toxic energy, since we're dealing with an energy that has objectively destroyed the black community, moreover or more so than what these people are saying about queerness, because they can't even back it up. That's why I am grateful that I take the time out to study my self-approved. That's why I'm so proud of myself for being able to sit the fuck down, okay? And to put in hours, put in time, okay? Pay my motherfucking dues. And I still got a bunch of dues to pay, but bitch, I'm paying them. Pay my dues, pay my dues. And I sit up here for hours. I cut out time out of my life that I'm spending loving on myself to give back to humanity, to give back to the community. And I sit down for hours and I listen to the people in our community who complain about queerness in the black community. The fact that Lance Scurv and all of these other hotep ass individuals who are ignorant when it comes to queerness, I'm not saying they're ignorant when it comes to blackness, because there's a lot of things that I do agree with. But before we get into the agreeing part, we have to honor and have to deal with the ignorant aspects first, so that the awareness is even more potent. So I sit down, and I'm gonna get to y'all comments in a minute, y'all. Excuse me, my apologies. But I sit down for hours and I listen to these men, and they always talk about queerness, about the hires up, and people in Hollywood, and people in Hollywood, and 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 Hollywood. Hollywood is a dream. It's an illusion. It has your belief belief suspended, or disbelief suspended. But if we live in a world now where people's minds are so fucking weak that a movie has that much power to make somebody gay, to make somebody just want to bend over and take it in the ass, for women to just throw their damn legs up to the highest bidder. And if that's the case, that says something about the weak ass parents who don't know how to strengthen their minds so they can prepare their damn children. I'm going to take my time today because I'm doing this shit early in the day. Everything they say is about Hollywood, 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 but then they don't know how to quote unquote deal with it when it trickles down to the lower level. People like me who are on the ground floor with other individuals. And when they see queer people, they think of the commentary. They remember the commentary of Lance Scurv, of Young Pharaoh, of Sinetta, of Dr. Umar Johnson, all these homophobic, queer-phobic ass, ignorant ass niggas And a lot of times when you do the fucking research, you see that queer people have had to deal with the brunt of that. And queer people are saying, no, fuck that. Just like how black people and oppressed groups of people are learning to self-actualize, to transcend the oppression and help everybody else do the motherfucking same. It's the same thing with queerness. And I have some turtle wax that I just bought downstairs. So we're going to completely shoe shine the entire front part of Scurv's head. And I do have, quote unquote, the warfare music playing in the background because it's obvious that y'all want war. And if you think that y'all gonna sit up here and try to use your toxic masculinity to assert your dominance over these people and stuff like that, you're mistaken. Because quiet as it's kept, all y'all really doing is talking shit and y'all ain't doing a goddamn thing about it. Especially since you're so fed up and you're so pissed off and you're so mad and you're so irritated. Well then, my nigga, go do something about it. Take back. Since this is the energy and frequency that we're on, we're going to be on a roller coaster ride today. Okay? I ask that you please make sure that you have your weed on deck. Make sure you have some drinks or something to sip on deck. Make sure you're listening to this as you're doing something else. Because we going to be here for a while. Because again, we do the work. And I don't give a damn if it's 2 people, 3 people watching me. I don't give a damn. I'm just glad to know there's other motherfuckers that's willing to do the work with me. Shout out to Deshaun in the comments. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Excuse me. I'm also dealing with some sinus issues as well, and I'm over here smoking weed, bitch. What? Well, damn it, I came here to live a good life above all things. If it's long, thank you, Lord, but if it's good, that's the most important thing. What's going on, Queen Amber? Thank you for being in the building, Intrinsic. I appreciate you. Why is it that homosexuals are shunned with men but more acceptable with women? Because we live in a patriarchal society where men can benefit from that. Like if it's 2 women, they can insert themselves into the equation. Even during Scurv's commentary, talking about sex, he even has no problem with 2 women coming together because, hey, you know, I could probably get, you know, in the shit with it. Like, what? But see, a lot of men can't insert themselves between 2 men. So when it comes, it's kind of like, because I see heterosexual men, quote unquote, do gay shit all the time. And they're not gay. They just do gay shit. And when they do, it's done in a way to mock queer people. But I guess when it becomes for real, though, like, oh, you grab my dick because you for real. Oh, you smacking my ass for real. Oh, you looking at you twerking in the locker room for real. It's the double standard for me, but we live in a patriarchal society where men, a lot of men, not all, but a lot of insecure men in positions of power use their influence to try to make other people feel some type of way so that they can feel good about themselves. Because I believe where Scurv's perspective is on queerness, because he says it somewhat in the video, which again, we're going to be doing a roller coaster ride. When the ego show up, we're going to motherfucking deal with the ego. When moments of clarity come through, we're going to deal with the moments of clarity. When there's moments of confusion where it seems like the mind wants to know, we're going to answer those questions since we're not invited to the table simply because we're queer and we're openly queer. Now, if I was a Ron Vugata, if I was a Christian Walker, if I were a self-loathing homosexual person, right, then Scurv would have no problem having me on his platform because his viewpoints line up with the self-loathing viewpoints of my own. But the last time he had a conscious queer person on the panel, that was one of the hottest videos he's had for in the longest time. And then on top of that, he had to call the whole goddamn Hotep Brigade. He had to drop the link multiple times to get help, to get some backup. And if he was to sit down and fully have a conscious conversation with a queer person like myself, Or like he did 4 years ago with CTV. Shout out to him, the King. That if he was to sit down and have the public conversation, because see, what I'm realizing is that a lot of these motherfuckers have no problem having conversations on the back end. They have no problem being open-minded on the back end. They don't have any problem understanding and comprehending and being like, oh, I can see it that way on the back end. Since we're talking about athletes and fucking in the ass on the back end, see, it seems like y'all have no problem doing the gay shit on the back end. As far as I can understand where you're coming from, the human aspect come, but then when that same big cojones energy that y'all talk about when y'all talk about having nuts, forgetting that nuts is the most sensitive part on a man. If the wind blow a little too hard on the left nut, bitch, you on the ground. But if you was to sit here and have those conversations publicly and still have that same open mind that you did on the back end publicly, then all of a sudden now a part of your identity that believed in this bullshit is now in question. So now you got to start questioning other things that you believe. And when we start questioning ourselves, that's when we start getting scared, not realizing that life is about human beings checking themselves. Hello. And then it will be time to sit down and figure out which gay person is the good gay, which gay is bad. Even if that was the case. And see, I have no problem doing that. If we're going to do it around the fucking board. If you with the shit to this extent, all I'm asking is for you to be with the shit across the goddamn board. And that's why community is important, because goddamn it, we don't have time. Especially in the day and age we live in, to be quarreling with each other, to be sitting here ignorant as fuck, to sit here and be saying the same shit and believing the same shit for the longest time. But young Pharaoh accept gay women, of course, because he can get in between. And Deshaun, I know it's gonna take me years. You done gave me 4 years worth of content for my channel. I promise, I'm going to do something that you sent me soon. I'm going to do commentary on what you sent me soon, because I don't want you to feel like it's in vain. Because it's definitely not. It's just that I thought that what I was doing was something. Damn, I'm just like, wow, there's so much more that needs to be done. To which is like, when I do my commentary, I make sure I take my time. I make sure I do it for long periods of time, because there's so much. So I will be getting to you. So please bear with me. I'm 5 foot. I'm short. I'm a leprechaun, okay? There are some ways you have to be patient, okay? But how is someone else's sexual preference affecting them? It's not. It's not. Maybe the fact that these people are living their lives and they're really not hurting anybody. Or maybe it's the fact that when they see like all of the laws that are put in place to quote unquote protect queer people and queer rights and just human rights, that all of a sudden these people are jealous, not realizing that, again, when all these rights are created, they're not created for us oppressed people, us minorities. It's created for the majority. It's created for them to make sure that they're in place, that they're good. Not for us. So once again, I think Lance is too busy looking to the motherfucking heels as opposed to looking motherfucking down at where we're at now. Because before we can deal with any future things, we have to deal with where we're at the present moment. And if you really want to talk about it, if we're going to play this game of balancing and comparison, queer people have scratched. The damage that people are saying queer people have done to the black community is in no comparison to what black cis hetero men have done to the community. How a lot of these kings' crowns are fake as fuck Burger King crowns, girl. And how these niggas will still be on code with each other. Because even Lance Scurv, when he talks about, he does have a moment where he is more cognitive and he speaks about hypersexualization and how that's a human thing. Not really delving into that, but he'll speak on the hypersexualization of queer people. He'll speak on the hypersexualization of women, but then won't go 10 toes down or twice as hard at his own black brothers when it comes down to the hypersexualization that men produce. Because when we think of Little Kim and all of these video vixens who are twerking and shaking their ass now, understand that Little Kim was not a creation from the actual person that is Little Kim. It was a figment of Biggie Smalls' imagination. Because when it comes down to men and toxic masculinity, not divine masculinity, but toxic masculinity, they have to conquer. They want to conquer land, they want to conquer other human beings, and they want to conquer your fucking mind. And you wonder why there are some black people who are coming up and are saying to other black men, the way that y'all energy is, y'all literally are manifesting. Y'all literally are operating with fact. With fact. The energy of the oppressor. And the fact that none of these people have anything fruitful or life-giving to say about queerness, or to even deal with the possibility of it being natural, even though Mother Nature has allowed queer people to walk on her back way before all this hyper awareness and visibility of queerness. It was gay motherfuckers during the 60s and 70s before the goddamn what is it? Television and shit came out. Oh, but when we talk about that, oh, now it's put in fools and shit. Every other option, instead of actually acknowledging the thing that has been the entire time, which is natural. So I know you're going to say a lot in the comments, and I'm going to let y'all know right now, I apologize. I want y'all to sound off. I want y'all to talk amongst each other in the comment sections. But there are going to be times where, and even Lance said this, I think this is where we share commonality. We like to flow. We like to flow because it's a camaraderie thing. It's like we're building community. So when you're actually getting to know people, when you're actually connecting with other human beings, you share stories, you share parts of yourself. And I get it. We live in the internet age where people will use that against you. But that's why we have to strengthen our discernment so that when those individuals come around, we know who they are. And then when the ones that are coming around to educate us, to help us understand, to help us better ourselves, we need to be open to them. So in the comments, I might be hella delayed, y'all. I might be like 5-10 minutes delayed in the comments sometimes. So if you want to share your thoughts, go ahead. But as far as like the things you really want to get into, I would say I think when I start pausing and talking, you guys can do it then, because then maybe I'll look at the comments then. But like, I have to do like 5 or 6 comments, because baby, shout out to Deshaun. I like Deshaun, Ron. Shout out to Intrinsic in the house that's also participating. I really love to see it. You know, you guys speak your mind. I want to make sure that I can get to all of y'all. So I'm going to go ahead and read a few more comments before we get into the commentary. Yes, weed is good for you. I just need to learn to eat more of it as opposed to smoking it, because smoking is not really good for you. But that's why I try to offset it with like making sure I drink water. I love water. I become a whole slut in my throat when it comes to water. Okay, a whole just nasty, skeezy, slammy, slushy slut. Sloth of a nigga when it comes to water, okay? And try to drink tea and try to offset some of my eating as well. So it's like, because we gonna be a part of my life, bitch. Mother Marijuana helped open my eyes. And I will forever, okay, be at her feet. It's your first time here in Transit? Oh, awesome. Thank you. How did you come across my channel, if you don't mind me asking? Okay? It's so crazy when men act crazy when it comes to gay people living in their truth, but never talk about DL. But when things get a little crazy, and I talk about DL, man, but you want them in the closet. Again, see, as queer people, we understand where a lot of these people coming from. They want queerness to be eradicated. They see it as something nasty, as something evil, as something demonstrative, as something destructive, and they won't even put in the effort to really even try to study it and understand it, because guess what? As human beings, unfortunately, when it comes down to things that we don't understand, or that is foreign, or we live in a society where at large a lot of people are conditioned, okay, taught, okay, trained, indoctrinated to hate this group of people. Of course, you wouldn't want to associate yourself with that because being that affects the quality of your life. And even Lance is going to talk about, when we get into it, mental illness, and saying that being queer is a mental illness, and brings it up back like how it came up in the 60s and 70s or something as some sort of mental illness, but all of a sudden it miraculously disappeared from the books because, you know, the Republicans were queer at that time, and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. Or the fact that science can also do the one thing that a lot of these niggas can't do: admit when they are wrong. And say, you know what, maybe we were wrong about this all the time. Let's study this even more. Let's study this even more. Because science is going to push it to the brink to understand it. And we have grown. We have modern technology now. We're able to do things that a lot of people in the 60s and 70s, no shade, couldn't do before. And like, there will be people in the future that will be far more ahead of us to where we will be obsolete. This era will be obsolete. But we're entering a shift where consciousness is rising, and the universe is asking our consciousness to rise with it. And for me, the only way to do that is through love, which means you have to get to know motherfuckers. You have to sit down and talk to motherfuckers. You got to challenge your own ego. You got to challenge your own triggers. And maybe my leprechaun ass is just crazy enough to believe it, which is why, like I said, Lance Scurv, any of them niggas over there with the dad bod over on Black Men Unfiltered, and whoever the hell Deshaun sends me that has anything negative to say about queer black people and is ignorant. Now, if you can come forth with facts, with proofs to make me think, then it'd be like, okay, I would like to have a conversation to delve deeper in that, because maybe there is a blind spot that I'm not seeing. But from what these other niggas have said, there is nothing new, fruitful, life-giving. They are not saying, oh, I found a missing piece to this shit. Queers, explain this. Explain, like, you would think with it being a quote-unquote mental illness and it being degenerate and it being so destructive and just so fucked up, just, oh my God, just, oh Jesus, just like, girl, you just, when you see a queer person in the street, girl, you just start screaming at the top of your goddamn lungs like this, bitch. Lord have mercy. Girl, when you see that, if that is the case, why aren't y'all unloading? Why aren't y'all opening the floodgates of heaven and let it rain? Why are you not letting it rain down on us like SWV? With the facts and the truth and all this stuff, because it's not there. Y'all niggas want to hold on to these old ass fear-based ideologies that y'all can't prove. And we live in the information age where you should be able to prove it. And you can't. You can't. And then you feel some type of way when queer people decide to stand up for themselves. You know, just like how there's white people who feel some type of way about when niggas stand up for themselves. And I can say that because I'm black and I'm queer. And I'm telling you, as I'm living this dualistic experience in America, the energy is the fucking same. And you not finna step on me. I done had homophobic, queerphobic niggas step all over me growing up when I was younger, when I was in the closet, when I did not affirm, when I was doing what everybody else wanted me to do, when I was doing what religion wanted me to do, to literally cut off a part of my humanity, to completely suppress parts of myself because your motherfucking ass can't understand. And that should almost cost me my life by my own hands. And if it's going to cost me my life this time being open, well, I'm going to make sure my hands are going outside of me as opposed to onto myself. So either motherfuckers can educate themselves about queerness, or they can shut the fuck up, or they can catch these hands. Because again, as queer people, we understand we're a lot of a lot of insecure. I'm not talking about cis hetero men who are comfortable in themselves. who have done the work, who have bettered themselves. I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about the conscious lees of the world. I'm not talking about like my bro Chris. I'm not talking to those individuals who are in their divine masculinity, which means that bitch can't no other nigga knock them off their throne because they know who they are. They're not out here like a lot of these other niggas whenever they see a black man in a dress. Oh my God, my identity is falling apart. No, it's your identity. So what does your identity say about you? There is a lot more shit going on that is affecting the black community as opposed to motherfucking Mook Mook wanting to wear a skirt. Because as much as y'all talk about gay niggas wearing skirts and saucy Santanas and makeup and all these shit, understand these are the same homosexuals, the same faggots, girl, that will take their motherfucking wig off, girl, take their motherfucking shirt off, girl, pop off all they goddamn Lee press on nails and get in the field with you niggas and whoop y'all niggas asses. Especially the queers from Atlanta, baby. They're like a pack of hyenas. I was just watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'm still in season 1. And I saw that episode with that pack mentality. I'm like, baby. Y'all be underestimating queer people because y'all are used to doing that. Y'all used to having y'all foot on queer people's neck. And I can understand, even though it's sad because the white man had their foot on our neck. So now, in order for you to be able to get a little air off of your neck, you know, in your fucking trachea, in your damn lungs and shit, you gonna put your foot on queer people's neck. And there's even things going on in queerness because you have gay men putting their foot on trans women's neck and trans people putting their neck on the neck of non-gender conforming. It's a bunch of insecurity and fear going on here. Which is why I'm grateful to be a openly black queer man that has a good head on his shoulders, that went through his ego death so that he can actively help other people. Not sit up here and perpetuate the same bullshit and ignorance that keeping us at this same fucking level. Goddamn, I'm shorter than all of y'all, and y'all can't see the shit? They have no problem having relations with men on the back end, and baby. And why don't heterosexual men understand that they was, why? They was, you have to bear with me. And that was used as Kaliki Binds for the king, and I believe Daniel fell in love with, eunuchs. Oh, yeah, gay people, queer people were eunuchs. Hell yeah, we were, queer people had a status that was considered next to royalty. Look, we can get into all that. Please look up these tribes that actually worship androgynous people. I'm sorry. You good. We need more positive representation for the young gays. Exactly. And that's why I'm doing this. Because I'm paying it forward. This ain't for me, because I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not getting views off of this. Like, I don't be sitting here and having to do videos on Scurv and I'm just getting all these just wonderful ass, like, thousands of subscribers. Like, I'm literally building my name off of his. Hell no. I'm talking about your ignorant ass bullshit when it come to queer people. And I'm going to do that for everybody. It ain't just Scurv. Whenever motherfuckers have a queer perspective and they can't back it up and they talk so confidently, like, nah, bitch, this is bullying. And I don't like bullies. And again, I was a queer youth growing up. How a motherfucking a teenager contemplating self-deletion? Because Lance going to get into what makes people quote-unquote mentally ill, and he kind of breaks it down. See, that's the thing. He didn't want to read it all the way, which over here on BubzDaGawd, baby, we going to read everything. Oh, it takes too long. Well, goddamn it, I guess you don't want to really know then. I guess you don't really want to study to show yourself approved. This is what it looks like. The fuck? Where he speaks about mental illnesses, and those mental illnesses, when you look at the underlying theme of it, why it's caused, it's literally caused because people's quality of life is not honored, it's not valued, they're gaslit, all these things. Hell yeah, it's gonna fuck people's minds up, because people are fearing what they don't understand and they begin to hate what they fear. But that's why I also do this as well too, because even though you're gonna have ignorant ass motherfuckers, that's gonna always be the case. You have people who are willing to operate through love and willing to challenge their own selves, their own egos, their own triggers. To actually get outside of the motherfucking box and be uncomfortable, but be uncomfortable to learn how to be a better fucking human being. And it's so goddamn simple. But the fact that we've been saying the same shit for the past 20 plus fucking years and we still here, hell no. Now it's time to cuss motherfuckers out. Now it's time to get a little bit snarky. Because obviously it gives the illusion that people don't want reconciliation, that people don't want to actually put the shit down and try to figure out how do we make this work, because at the end of the day, we are on the same fucking planet, we breathe the same fucking air, and we're around each other whether we know it or not. So since we understand that, why don't we go ahead and actually learn to interact with other people? And Lance talking about Hollywood having the influence to make people gay and stuff like that. Okay, let's play that game. Well, I guess Hollywood also has the possibility to influence fear too, because y'all are fearful of it. Thank you, Intrinsic. If you want to interview me, that's fine. Hey, I'm open to all interviews, baby. No shade. What's up, Roki? Okay, y'all. Because y'all in the comments down here just going in, baby. What's up, Queen Spicy? Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to listen to audio commentary from Scurv talking about queer people are mentally ill. Again, if you want to watch the live in its entirety, because we probably are too, because baby, this is early, so I got time today, bitch. I got my joints over here. I got my water and shit. I'm good. Because again, I'm putting in my hours. I'm paying my dues. I'm paying my dues. Because activism is definitely a part of my calling, and I'm learning how to do that now on the ground floor. Okay? But before we get into that, we also have to play it smart, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Boom. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use, okay? For purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. And I also give Scurv the permission to use any of the content on my platform to give commentary on, because once again, if I can dish it, I can take it. Even though my ass ain't versed and I'm a true top in this capacity, I will be versed when it comes to the situation. Okay? So with that being said, let's get into Scurv and why he believes that mental illness is masked as entertainment, and that queerness is one of those mental illnesses, because on his thumbnail he has Saucy Santana, and he's going to use a clip from Saucy Santana to attempt to have a more springboard type of conversation. And again, there are some points that he does say that make sense when he goes deeper into it. Because again, Lance and a lot of other people who think like Lance are looking at the symptoms of these things as opposed to dealing with the root of it. This shit is not as black and white as y'all think it is. It's gray as fuck. And if you can't handle gray, go sit your ass on the sidelines and become a cheerleader or something. But for the motherfuckers that want to get down into the nitty gritty, guess what? Those are people I'm talking to. The ones that are mentally, emotionally, spiritually capable, have the wherewithal, understand patience, long suffering. Those are the individuals that I want to connect with when it comes down to answering these questions, because I'm gonna be goddamn when the time comes, God willing, that I do have my own family, that my children is gonna have to deal with the ignorances and bullshit of queer-phobia because they have two fathers. You goddamn right. You got two fathers that love their ass, take care of them, gotta put a roof over their head, that actually invest in them, ain't going to the motherfucking store and they come back 18 years later, but actually be in the motherfucking life and understand, baby, my children will know how to protect themselves. Because queer-phobia will always be here, which means that as long as the adults are queer-phobic, they will speak that shit to their goddamn kids. And if any of y'all children try to fuck with my kids, I will make sure that I will get calls. Hello, Mr. BubzDaGawd? Yes. Hello, Principal so-and-so. What did what's name do now? Oh, he picked up this desk and slapped the shit out this other kid because he called one of y'all the F word. Okay, then, I'm on my way. I'll be damned if my child gonna be sitting here dealing with depression and being sad and shit because of what the fuck some other motherfucker said and want to take their goddamn life because their quality of life is being fucked up by ignorance. Fuck that. I'd rather come to the goddamn school in my damn gym shoes, in my goddamn track pants, and my damn hoodie, ready to motherfucking fight if I need to. You let your daddies handle the adult shit with the adult motherfuckers. So if you want to teach queer-phobia to your kids, that's fine, girl. It's going to be queer people that's going to teach it to their damn kids as far as self-defense. So when the time comes, girl, that my children don't have to go through what I went through. So I also understand and I prepare them because I realize the world we do live in. And maybe Scurv feels the same way. That's why communication is important. Because if we really about community, don't you think it would be wiser to connect with other oppressed groups of people to actually make the shit work? Because at the end of the day, all this shit is affecting us collectively. And if we're understanding that, let's work through the bullshit. Let's work through the labels and division that is put in between us to keep us separated and actually come together on a common ground that honors everybody. And I ain't talking about, oh, let's put our shit on the back burner and then deal with it later. No. We deal with this shit now. We deal with this shit now. Because the powers that be are playing on triggering us in reference to division. How can they do that if we are united and we know who the fuck we are? Because we know each other. Because we're actually the community. We actually bring back the neighbor and add it to hood. So now it's neighborhood again and not just the fucking hood. Okay, girl. Scurv presents Mental Illness Masked as Entertainment. Let's get it.
Creativity, it can move beyond. But to be on the same page, I'm going to play something on Twitter. Let me get this thing straight over here because sometimes I kind of mess up. Let me just remove this banner. And we're going to play a little quick clip. And I'm going to read something on mental illness. We're going to play this real quick. And it's just a few seconds long, 25 seconds. But listen to this.
And I'm gonna put y'all on a little game because I don't know, what go on over there in y'all world. But when it comes to me, I don't have to trick a nigga. I don't have to buy no extracurricular to get them in nor keep one. I exude an aura and a confidence that attracts niggas. And once they get over here and catch the vibe, they love it and they never want to leave.
Okay, so let me give you context of that. Somebody has said, I guess when Saucy was in a relationship, they were saying that, well, Saucy Santana, because he is a thick feminine man, and even in the queer community, there is this fear of being with people who are no fats, no femmes. No fats, no femmes. And the fact that Saucy is a thicker individual who is feminine, who wears nails, who has a fucking beard, and wear all type of clothes that are deemed feminine, especially in the cultural society we live in now, they were saying, oh, well, shit, bitch, you gotta pay niggas. Like, you're a paymaster, which means that you pay for individuals to be around you. You pay for love. And all Saucy Santana was doing was simply responding and saying, bitch, okay, maybe y'all gotta pay for love, and maybe y'all gotta do this and do that, and I can understand that. But over here with me, I don't need to do that, baby. I'm Saucy Santana. My vibe, my energy is enough. To where once niggas experience me, they don't ever forget about me. And even queer people, some queer people, queer men, love the trade. So they even participate in the whole DO culture as well. But it's the fact that they participate, and I could be speaking, I'm going to say speaking ignorantly, because I haven't been with anybody that's masculine. I would want to see what that's about. It might be a different experience, but I've always been with men who are feminine. So these individuals are connecting to this trait or masculine energy because, again, because of what society says about them not being men or whatever and being loved and affirmed, it's a way for them to find love and affirmation. That's why a lot of times they fall in love with the trade because they are trying to access something that society said that they can't have. That's all he was saying. But let's listen to how Lance Scurv interpreted what Saucy Santana said. Because all Saucy was saying was, bitch, I ain't got to pay for dick. I ain't got to motherfucking buy Jordans. I ain't got to buy hotel rooms. I ain't got to buy cars and houses and shit. I ain't got to do that, okay? Niggas just like my energy so much that they want to fuck with me because they know that I'm a vibe. Now, could the bitch be lying? I don't know. But that's what the bitch is saying. Because there's a lot of motherfucking women and all type of niggas and everything who pay for love. That could be the case. I don't know Saucy Santana in, situation like that in depth. And I really don't care because I don't even see Saucy Santana like that. But let's listen to Lance Scurv's interpretation.
And I'm going to put y'all on a little game because I don't know, what go on over there in y'all world. But when it comes to me, I don't have to trick a nigga. I don't have to buy a nigga. I don't have to do no extracurricular to get a man nor keep one. I exude an aura and a confidence that attracts niggas. And once they get over here and catch the vibe, they love it and they never want to leave.
One more time.
And I'm going to put y'all on a little game because I don't know, what go on over there in y'all world. But when it comes to me, I don't have to trick a nigga. I don't have to buy a nigga. I don't have to do no extracurricular to get a man nor keep one. I exude an aura and a confidence that attracts niggas. And once they get over here and catch the vibe, they love it and they never want to leave.
Attracts niggas. Okay. We'll get into that one in a second. Let me put this banner back on. Let's. I mean, there's him on the front, but that's just so ridiculous. And I chose him as the centerpiece, not to speak about him, but as a segue into this particular topic. Okay, because it's not just homosexual black men in Hollywood. It's those who are attention seekers, attention whores. It could be the women who are over-sexualized and don't have much of a talent and do have much talent. Hollywood, not just the Los Angeles Hollywood, but all over the world with entertainment. And how so many of us want to get into the entertainment field because we have some issues mentally.
Now, to that extent, I can somewhat understand because the way that I view it is a lot of times people want to become celebrities and stars for multiple reasons. Yes, because they want to be affirmed and they want to be loved and adored, but they also want to be able to escape some of the fucked up realities they live in because of where they're at. Just like queer people would want to aspire to live a better life so that they don't have to continue to live the life that they grew up living. And we're talking about the oppression and objection outside of them. Niggas bullying them, picking on them, following them, doing all type of shit to literally dehumanize them. And to Lance's point, yes, I feel like there is an energy in Hollywood that literally, it's like capitalism. I'm going to profit and pimp you of your gifts and of your damn talents, but I'm going to literally suck the life out of you to where I will put you in situations that if I put this out to the public, because we know how the public interprets things collectively, unfortunately, they don't really study to show themselves approved. They just take shit and run with it. That it will literally mess you up and destroy you. when I had used that analogy about what's her name, Jaguar Wright, and how she used that story, allegedly, of Diddy making Christopher Williams give him head, and he told the intern the next day, if I can make a man suck my dick, that shows how much power I have. You literally have people in powers of position, Lord, positions of power, who are using their power and their influence to literally harm other people. Now, those individuals, we do need to be aware of them, because it's not just queer people. It's just people all over in Hollywood who want those that level of power, to have control, to have the word no removed from their vocabulary. And those individuals are the ones who are going to fall first. Because the karmatic boomerang, the law of cause and effect, again, when we speak in the last live, nature, the true author of nature, or what I was saying in the book that I'm reading called The 7 Spiritual Laws of Success, which I might read tonight, chapter 2. When it comes down to the universe and nature, understanding nature, there is a give and take, a give and take, a give and a take. And in Hollywood, a lot of times they will give. I mean, take, and not give. And you talking about Hollywood. Hollywood literally right now is shut the fuck down. They're on a writer's strike because AI is threatening their jobs. Because again, we live in a very capitalistic system that is profiting off of our pain, which is why I take hours out of my fucking life to do these goddamn lives and say what I say, because my thing is this. We're too busy fighting with each other, not realizing that we all are being monopolized. Our health is being monopolized, all these things. And that's why I be telling Lance, bro, drop the link. This whole fear-based ideology, if you think I'm gonna come up here and just cuss you out and shit, no, nigga. Matter of fact, I know y'all got some weed in Africa, nigga. Roll a blunt up. I got one, and let's motherfucking talk. And I would rather it be publicly, not because, you're not gonna get subscribers and viewers and off my. I'm believing in myself, and I'm believing in the universe, and I'm not even worried about that, because God's source universe is gonna handle all that shit on the back end. My job is to love me and to press my way. That's my only job and objective, and connect with other people. But for the fact that there will be other people who have the same thought process as you, who will be able to question themselves, because I gotta believe that there are times where Lance does have questions that he's afraid to ask queer people like myself, because if we actually gave him the answer, that answer would be so piercing into his damn heart, spirit, and soul, to where he would have to look back on his own shit and be like, well, damn. Because again, you putting this shit out on the internet solidified in time. And even with me, I'm going to have moments, I'm pretty sure, where I'm going to have to deal with my ego publicly. But I'm learning how to love myself through that, and a lot of people aren't. When you get up here and speak misinformation, you can't be upset when correction comes in. And yes, I am queer, and yes, I am younger than you, but god damn it, I'm still speaking more fact than you. Because I do the one thing that you ain't doing. I'm studying to show myself approved. So if you want to have the conversation about Hollywood and stuff, we can have that. But you also need to have the conversation that completes the gap as far as on the ground level. Because the people that listen to you and listen to your commentary in reference to queer-phobia, in their personal lives, whenever they see someone who looks queer, whatever, they're going to assume about that person, and then get on YouTube and then scream and cry and all this other shit, and talk about being followed and shit, and goddamn just shit being shadow banned and shit like that, which I do believe in that shit. But just saying all that stuff whenever white people look at you and be like, you nigger, in their head, or you're assuming that. And if we're going to play this game, 2020 showed us that all of humanity is mentally ill right now. Because our quality of life is shit. Our quality of life is shit. That's why self-love is important, because you got to love yourself through your quote-unquote mental illness, which literally to me, and based on what Lance is going to read it off of, the website he got it from or whatever, is the fact that there are outside circumstances that play on you. But because a lot of people are not mentally and emotionally fortified or taught how to be in alignment and stay in alignment and to maintain alignment, because they haven't been taught that, the world beats them up again and again and again and again and again. See, Lance, how about this, Lance? Do me a favor. I'm going to give you some homework, okay? Because I know your ass be listening somewhat. And you may not say it publicly, but I know that you say shit privately. Because I have not once, and will I never ever go onto your website. So I don't know if you talking hella shit over there. You got a Rumble account now, which I was thinking about Rumble, because no shade, Rumble is a lot more liberal than YouTube. So you can say what the fuck you want to say. And I feel like real shit can really be created over there. So I might have to go over there too. So you might see me over there too, nigga. Just like white people. Wherever white people go, niggas gonna go too, bitch. Hello. We all on planet Earth, baby. Okay, let me shut up. We gotta continue. Like I said, get y'all smokes and get y'all drinks together, cause baby, you gonna need some sort of altered state a little bit to be able to have these type of conversations. And for the people that's sitting there saying, "Oh, this is the time he gonna put that gay spirit on," okay, well, bye, bitch, bye. Since you so afraid, girl, go ahead and go, girl, cause the conversation we're having is not for fear-based hoes. So you can go ahead and go. Okay, bitch, you can go ahead and go and continue to believe your shit. But for the people who are willing to transcend their fear, FEAR, false evidence appearing real, because that shit I'm doing in my own motherfucking life actively. A nigga wake up every day, about to figure out how the fuck this shit finna happen. But I still have faith, and I'm applying my faith. If you're willing to apply your faith, I welcome you. If you're not, I still welcome you too, bitch. But if you with the shit, I'm with it too. Because I realize the world that I live in. And when you love yourself, baby, you know how to adapt to humanity. That's what love does, bitch. Love is a chameleon. It knows how to adapt itself to the situation. And it's fuck shit Friday. So I'm going to be with the shit on this one, because the last video that I did last night of Lance Scurv, I played my love frequency. I did all that stuff. But now I see, okay, the ego is there. So now that the ego is there, now we got to match the ego. And again, I'm not getting paid for this shit. I'm not getting views for this shit. What Lance is saying about queer people is destructive. Because at this motherfucking point, no tea, no shade, but just facts. Black people, you can't afford to count black queer people out. You cannot. Black people dying every day. You cannot. You're going to have to invite us to the table, because we are imperative to the movement. Have we forgotten Bayard Rustin? Have we forgotten James Baldwin? Oh, well, they did this shit quietly. I don't give a fuck. If I contributed to humanity and being free like every motherfucking body else, bitch, I'm going to be free too. The fuck is you talking about?
Not all, but some. And lots of times, even acting on a positive note can be therapeutic to a person because of the past trauma that they've gone through. So I'm not going to...
Or people who are actors can use their trauma, yes, in a therapeutic way, to heal and transcend that, and also hope to inspire to make somebody else's life better. Because the world we live in now, people are making films that are mirroring life. People want to go back to this fanciful ass life of being able to escape our shit. It's like the same thing in, I think, the 1920s or 30s, whenever, like, when the Great Depression was happening. There was this movie or this play that this white man wanted to make in reference to slavery and racism and all that type of stuff. And they shut that shit down because it was like, oh, as a country, we're already feeling bad. So you want us to make us feel worse? Well, maybe we're going through a massive ego death. And maybe this is the time where karma gonna whoop your ass, because when karma come through, she gonna let you know it's her. Okay? And she gonna come through on the heaviest of flows, bitch. Can't no maxi wing pad stop this. To the point to where they had the haze code, all these things to if we don't learn how to accept truth, truth is going to deal with us. And that's something that I learned. And no shade, we all gonna learn, because if it's one thing that I'm not forgetting in this whole conversation that still keeps me anchored in this conversation, is the fact that we're all fucking human. And once again, I'm not attacking Lance Scurv ad hominem in reference to who he is as a person. I might throw a little shade because, I mean, hey, it is what it is. I understand the frequency, but I'm talking about his mindset and the thoughts that he supports in reference to queer people. That is problematic and destructive to the community.
Knock it. I'm going to knock Hollywood for festering up these people who are obviously mentally sick, mentally ill, putting them out there to the world for their agenda, and leaving us worse off than we already are.
Really?
It's not about slavery. But when you look at it, our trauma has never stopped.
Right.
If it wasn't one thing, it was another.
Right.
It was like you being able to be the best swimmer in the whole world, but I kept you underwater with your nose below the surface of the water, only 1 inch.
Right.
I don't care how good of a swimmer you are. If you don't get that oxygen, you're going to die. You can drown in shallow water.
True.
And so the things we've gone through, even though there are other people who don't look like us, who tell us, get over it, leave it alone, whatever, it has never stopped. It is something that, like Sister Gabrielle Dawson said, I'm going to put it up. Mental illness is highly celebrated and promoted, and you're so right. Mixed genre, you said the same thing. Mental illness is hard to detect, you know? Wow. Holistic Trainer by JJ Maxx said the mental people run from algorithms. Wow. So you already know. I'm preaching to the choir. I just want to get this off my chest. I know you all are very intelligent, and like I said, I'm going to admit that the majority of you are probably more intelligent than I.
That part. Lance, when it comes down to queer-phobia, I definitely know that I am smarter than you in that thing. That's why I do my commentary, to help educate you. I have never once in my life made an entire live where I just sat here and just roasted him, that I just sat here and smoked one entire fire-ass sativa and just let whatever comes out of my queer mind just think of shit. Never. Now, I could. I don't want to do that because that's the last resort. And I have to be pushed into the last resort. And you're not giving me last resort energy. No shade. Those are Titan battles that I'm saving that shit for. When these Titans come up about, that's when I bring that part out. Because that's a side a lot of people have not seen from me yet. And my thing is, I'm preparing myself because I know that when that side come out, a lot of people are going to want to see more of that. So weird. Wow. It's just a lot of wow. Come on for the educated people over there, for the people who are intelligent. Yes, and we're trying to help you understand that in this area, my commentary is meant to help educate you so that you can strengthen your community leadership energy, because Lance does have a leadership energy about him. He is selfless when it comes to certain things, and he really does care for black people. The way that him and his wife, do lives in reference to eating what real fruit and vegetables is, not this GMO shit that I gotta motherfucking pray and put a candle over and goddamn put vibrational music over it and transmute the shit, girl. Like I'm a Full Metal Alchemist or something. Or even just, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of more holistic living that they're doing. So I get it. They're seeing things from the side of nature as well, and I get that. But for queer people, there are queer people who are literally learning to love themselves and incorporate themselves in nature because, first of all, they accept the fact that Mother Nature has allowed them to walk on her back. So now they're trying to find, just like Intrinsic said earlier, a healthy version of themselves. Because all this shit we see, hypersexuality, toxic masculinity, toxic femininity, which is a response to toxic masculinity, and just hypersexuality that's going on, all of those are symptoms from the fact that we are not loved, we are not affirmed, we are not cared for. We don't have people willing to see the best in us, but are only willing to see the worst in us. No Marvin Sapp. From a sapless tree, these people are living off of. Which is why I do what I do. CTV does what he does. Reckless Logic does what he does. T.S. Madison does what she does. Hope Giselle does what she does. Marquise Houston does what he does. To be a living testimony and a living fact that there are people who are queer, who are more than just their queerness. Because at the end of the day, here it is, you have people, heterosexuals, that are saying, a lot of heterosexuals, some, who are saying, oh, you're putting your queerness before your blackness. No, you're putting my queerness before my blackness. Because when I tell you I'm black and I'm queer, my blackness goes to the back seat. Because now you bring up the Bible. Now you bring up I don't believe that. Now you bring up you don't contribute to society. Now you start bringing up all of these things that queer people unfortunately have heard for so long and know so well. And then when we try to ascend from being just queer people and show you that we have things to offer, you really don't care unless it benefits you. That's some oppressor shit. Oh, I don't mind giving you something if it benefits me, but still know your place. Your place is to serve me, so be a good servant. Everything you do is a benefit of me. Bitch, what? We are human beings, and again, the law of cause and effect. Give and take in this motherfucker. What I'm gonna have to do is just put y'all comments up as I'm playing the video. Cause baby, I ain't gonna be able to read everything. No shame. This shit just get tiring. Cause it's like, bruh, y'all literally, it's like y'all trying to ask the same question, but ask it in a different way as if though it's gonna make sense this time. What? No. The last 20 years have not been there wasn't any success. Maybe it's time that y'all start answering some damn questions. Since queer people been answering all these questions and been giving up information and fact and irrefutable proof and establishing credible timelines and stuff like that. Now that we've done that, let's start to establish the credible timeline that y'all say that y'all are speaking from. Where is y'all facts at? That makes so much sense. Oh, it's not there because it would have been out there if that was the case. We're in the information age. Some shit would have been shown or shared already that made sense.
Bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Okay. That vibe would never leave you, nor forsake you. Okay? You put it up one more time. Where is that spicy? That vibe will never leave you. Nor I'm gonna have to make a soundbite of just that. That vibe will never leave you, nor forsake you. Okay? Let's continue.
Yes, Mrs. Mellon, welcome on home. Homosexuality was taken out of the books as a mental health diagnosis. I believe that happened in 1973. We had a lot of closeted Republicans back in the day who helped to make that happen because they were doing a lot of things back then in Washington, from what I heard. Correct me if I'm wrong. Master Glam.
Not you gonna bring up a... I believe it. Okay, so I get it. You're willing to be corrected. So, I mean, if that's the case, bring up the information if that's the case. Because, again, you going by what you heard, and queer people going by what the fuck they've experienced. Not what you heard and word on the curb, but actually what it is.
Oh, I didn't even acknowledge everybody in the chat room. I started this whole thing going on. Let me just go ahead and go up and start from the beginning. I got a few of them already. I'm going to start from the top. Then I will not watch the chat room for a little while I get into my zone. Not to ignore you, but I kind of want to talk when I see you in there, and I just want to flow for a little while.
Yeah, that's how I
I
be
promise
too.
to put a good hour in because y'all know I'm a little fatigued. We did the show with Mrs. Scurv, and I was out and about, woke up late. It rained again crazy this morning, so you know it was an off day. She was supposed to go to the property. She's going tomorrow. I got to get up and help with some things to the van, and catch up on the sleep and start working on some more things. And maybe later on in the afternoon, I'll go up with her if I can get those things done. But we'll start all over again. Mix
Wow.
genre
Deshaun,
faves.
wow.
Giant Gain, Charlie Ogun Lowry, King Simon Presents Only Quality People, Oyala's Cadence, William Thrash, J Love the Queen. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes. Landon, Brother Landon, Price. Yes. Okay, let me scroll down because there's some names I already got already. Lacrosse's Lounge. I like that. Sounds like a really classy lounge, right? Mrs. Melanin. Yes. Oh, wow. I have seen this mental health patient on the internet before, but I scroll right on past this mental health case. Yes, because they're pushing that on us, right? Capuchon, I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Welcome home. I think I already said Mrs. Melanin. But one thing about him that I can be appreciative of what is the fact that he's not playing on the down low, because these men are down low, right evil as hell at heart. Exactly. I will agree on that. It's all kind of, it's like getting that stale bread from church on a Sunday where it's going to be stale in 3 days, but then 2 days before you start to eat it. But there's some parts that's green. Well, you know what? The green parts are the down low brothers, and the other parts that you can take a bite of are the gay dudes, but it's all starting to get stale. TZ.
Oh, wow.
Bet you he loves Jesus. With Jesus, there is no accountability. Come one, come all. Mental illness is welcome. And that's why mental illness is so prominent in the black church. Yes, I said it. We did that show on it before. I'm getting to this day cuss out text messages and emails, which shows me that, like, hey, if the shoe fits, hey, don't be mad if it, wear it then, Kofi Brown, I despise Saucy
Wow,
Santana.
Deshaun.
It's what they represent. You know what I mean? It's what he represents. It turns out, you're right, mixed genre. Kofi Brown, Suki. Yes, Gabriella Dawson. Who else is here new now? We've been Jack We Blue. Yes, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, humanity needs to just die off totally, and we're all better off launching nukes at each other to put an end to all this fuckery. At least that's true. I don't want to get hit with a nuke, but maybe if we come and get to another transitional life, it's okay. Easy to hide mental unhealthiness in Hollywood because, yeah, Robin Williams. It's always that way. Yes, thank you, mixed genre. We're on Rumble right now live, even though, may not be as many people there, but it's going to grow. And
I do want to speak to your point real quick. Boy Crazy said, one thing I dislike is when homophobes and transphobes mentally demonize the LGBT community when in actuality, they are the ones with the mental ill issue and aren't taking accountability to go seek help. I think what's happening too is the fact that, because again, like I said it in my live where I said, okay, we're talking about protecting children. What about the queer children? Because I was once, of course, a queer child. And I remember a lot of my childhood vividly, no shade. But what's happening now is like a lot of the queer-phobia that I experienced, besides just experiencing it in church, was at school, and I experienced it from my peers who were the same age as me, who once again shouldn't be knowing what being gay or straight is. It's a time for you to just be a damn child. Where a kid could be a kid, and here I am being called a faggot and being beat up and shit in elementary school, middle school. The fuck? So now what's happened is that a lot of these homophobic people have now become homophobic adults. And now that the queer people who have survived this stuff are trying to help educate the youth about queerness so that these queer youth that's coming up don't have to go through the same shit. Because everybody love talking about protecting the children until they become fucking adults. And y'all don't even care about the gay adults. Y'all be saying, well, wait for the, if my child wants to be queer, then let them be queer when they get older. Yeah, so when you can kick them out, you ain't got to deal with it. Because we see how y'all treat the queer adults. And y'all saying y'all gonna treat the queer children different? See, again, it's accountability on the coming around. Like queer people, a lot of us already dealt with a lot of our ego deaths and the bullshit. Now it's time for heterosexual people to deal with theirs. I mean, it's not personal. That's a universal thing. Don't take it personal. You can survive just like we did. Hello. Again, was at a very young age and had self-deletion ideations. Not because of how I felt innately within myself about me. Just, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. No, it was the fact of how the people outside of me were treating me. And I didn't even verify that I was goddamn gay until I was 18. And living in a world where you can literally lose access to quality of life simply for being queer. Not because you actually do the shit that these people are assuming or putting this broad stroke around all queer people, but the fact that you are just simply queer and these motherfuckers are ignorant and they're going to believe what somebody tells them as opposed to study to show themselves approved. So what's happening is that those people who were oppressing other people are now dealing with a karmatic boomerang of oppression themselves. And just like how those who you oppressed were able to rise above the occasion and manifest their best life, you can do the same thing as well, but you're not going to do it off the backs of oppressed people anymore. You got to figure it out your own way, bitch. Because all that's given to us is information, and it's about how we apply the information. And a lot of people don't apply the information. They just read it. They just keep it in their memory bank. They just hold on to use it in against an argument or whatever, but not actually living this shit out. There are literally so many fucking documentaries and interviews of queer people sharing their experiences. And y'all don't give a fuck. That's what I realized. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a fuck. Y'all don't. So then y'all expect the same people that you don't give a fuck about to want to give a fuck about you then? Oh, but you're black. And you gotta come inside the motherfucking thing. Well, bitch, if I'm gonna motherfucking die, I'm gonna die on my own terms. Because it seems like either I'm gonna be murdered, either I'm going to be quote unquote taken out by the people outside of me, or I'm being taken out by motherfuckers inside the community. At this point, bitch, girl, I gotta protect me. So yes, the objective, I mean not the objective, but the oppressed sirs are now understanding what it's like to be oppressed. Like I said, baby, everybody about to know what it feels like to be a nigga. Everybody about to know what it feels like to be a faggot. Everybody about to know what it feels like to be a dyke. Everybody about to know what it feels like to be a tranny. Everybody about to know what it feels like to be all the things that is labeled as away from God or against nature or doesn't deserve to be loved, or in the words of Lance Scurv at the end of his last life, deserves to die. Deshaun says there's a lot of darkness within the community. I read every comment over the years. I read about that Alabama man that's a father that did a lot of things to his autistic son because he thought he was gay. And he wanted to straighten him out because he found his son and his friends in some kind of position. So he forced his son to strip naked and perform sex acts on his girl. Wow. Wow. And I remember, like I said in one of my things, one of my I think the live about what about protecting the kids, I shared stuff from my childhood when I was at motherfucking what was it? It was like the 5th, 6th grade or somewhere around that time, and I was at the table and I heard dudes down there talking about beating off. I didn't know what beating off was. I was a late bloomer in life. I'm literally short. Okay. So I went home at the time, and at that time we had something called internet TV. And I looked up what beating off was, and the first thing that popped up was a gay website. And guess who came into the room as soon as I came up on that website? My father. What reaction do you believe my father gave me? My father didn't say, "Oh, young Bubs, what's going on? What is this? We need to talk. You sit down and talk. What's going on, man?" No, it wasn't. It wasn't even that. It wasn't even of, okay, I'm confused. I'm scared. Okay, cut this shit off. Okay, let's sit down and talk about this later. It wasn't that. It was a terrifying response. It was a response in which I've never seen my father act that way before. To where he raised his voice. And for the first time in my young life, I heard my father say fuck. And also the word that I had become somewhat accustomed to hearing, unfortunately, from the church and from the schoolhouse, which was faggot. And he said, "Oh no, my son ain't about to be no fucking faggot." In the way that his toxic masculinity showed up in that moment, to the point to where my relationship with my father was kind of strained from that, because I didn't even trust telling him things. And now that I'm older and I look back in retrospect, and I'm so proud of my father actually working through his biases and ignorances and seeing it for himself and honoring the actual truth, not the fear-based shit he was taught to believe. And again, I have a whole live on my YouTube channel where I literally sit down and talk to my parents on live. And baby, the day that these motherfuckers try to drag my parents is the day, girl, where I'm gonna light a blunt and a candle, girl, and I'm gonna go live, bitch, and I'm just gonna let whatever come out of my mouth come out, girl. And then I'm gonna follow it up with a spiritual two-piece, bitch, in your sleep. But because he was able to study to show himself approved, we were able to talk about things and to heal from them. Because again, at that time, he was wrapped up in fear. Fear that his son might get AIDS. Fear that his son, because we were religious, was going to go to hell. Hell. Fear that I might go to hell if I condone this. I missed my ticket out on heaven because this motherfucker gay. Or even the fact of what people are going to think about me as a parent. How all these ideas I had in my mind about what I want to do with my son, now my possibility at grandchildren are erased. Now the relationship with my son is erased. And my father did have a small, slight ego death with that. To where he had to break down, go talk to my pastor about it at the time. And at this time, my damn pastor taking me to deliverance services and shit. All fear-based answers, perspectives, all that shit. And just like Lance, he was going off the shit he heard in the 60s and 70s when the niggas was in the closet. Y'all talking about y'all want a mother, what you do in your bedroom is private, but y'all knew all the gay niggas who was quiet though. Y'all was still busy. Y'all was still nosy in they shit though. You was still asking questions and being petty and being messy in your shit though. To them. Oh, you know that fag down there, girl. You know them fags down there being fag. But you're not worried about it because it's done in the bedroom, right? Again, you want to oppress queer people to act and assimilate in a way that you deem is correct. Meanwhile, you can't even motherfucking practice what you goddamn preach because the majority of the black community is on some trap hood shit. There are more niggas out here riding around with bass and shit, sipping lean and shit, actually destroying the motherfucking community. Girl, okay, when the gays get involved, girl, When the bitches be driving, doing drive-bys with goddamn Boochie Cat playing in the background or Saucy Santana, bitch. Yes, bitch. Yeah, pow, pow. Yes, bitch. Once they start doing that, once there's dead black bodies, girl, and it's just glitter every damn where, and a damn used dildo on the side of them, girl, or the gays did this, girl. Until that shit start happening, girl, focus on what's actually destroying the community. Cause you acting like the biggest dope dealers and dope pushers is gay motherfuckers out here, girl, and they just, instead of shooting Glocks, they shooting dicks. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit.
And Daniel Cooper. Yeah, so he says, I have not heard from you in a while. You still in Ghana, brother? Yes, I am. I haven't left. Been here the whole time. Master Glass says, not the public's donation bread. Yeah, tax write-offs, right? They do a good deed and, you know, give the black folks a little sickness sometime, right? Okay, Megan Mallard, how are you?
Wow.
Now, let me get into a little bit of flow, and then we'll chop it up at any point later on, which won't be too long. You want to get in, I'll drop the link so you can come on in and say something if you want, and be a part of the show forevermore. I'm going to look at something real here so we can be on the same page with the people who will thumbs it down, with the people who will get mad, for the people who will feel chastised, right? What is the definition of mental illness? Mental illnesses are health conditions involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior, or a combination of these. Mental illnesses can be associated with distress and or problems functioning in social, work, or family activities.
Okay, so you just labeled how those mental illnesses can come about, right? It's again being in these. So okay, let's let him finish, because I've heard this part, so I kind of already know where to go with this. But
okay, what causes mental illness?
Yes, what causes it? Yes,
childhood abuse, trauma, or neglect, social isolation, or loneliness, experiencing discrimination and stigma, including racism, social disadvantage, poverty, or debt. You know, debt can drive you crazy.
Wow. So now we're, again, and all those things are the what? The lack of quality of life. In a social or family setting. Everything you just said, I'm pretty sure queer people have experienced. And again, it's not even exclusively queer. It's a human being thing, unfortunately. Because from all walks of life, from the top to the bottom, all those things can destroy our quality of life. Because again, as human beings, we are a communal species. We are meant to connect, learn from each other, experience each other. So when you start shutting people out, especially over bullshit, lies, non-truths, when you start doing that and it pushes people away, it causes mental illnesses. And mental illnesses is like a depression. Because you've dealt with this for so long, you have now accepted that as your reality. Oh, everybody don't like me. Oh, everybody against me. Oh, I'm not worthy of this. Oh, and then we not realize on a spiritual level, on a higher consciousness level, that we're literally manifesting our realities. Because the universe only knows two things. That's yes and it's done. Yes, and it is so. So we're not even being a deliberate creator in our own reality, because we've allowed the outside perspective of ignorant ass motherfuckers to literally influence how we feel about ourselves. Now, to Lance's point, he might, and playing devil's advocate, he might say, well, ain't it the same thing with queer people and trans people when they do representation and stuff and all this type of things and trying to make you feel like this and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo? If you have queer people who are sharing their experiences, not every queer person experience is the same either. I am an openly same-gender loving man, but I also am conservative in certain areas of my life. There are gays who are more liberal, just like there are heterosexual. The same thing. It's about learning each other and trying to understand each other. That's the point. And if there's going to be any truth about what's being said, there needs to be some sort of manifestation that comes about to verify what's going on. And what Lance has been saying, what Black Men Unfiltered has been saying, a lot of these Hotep niggas have been saying, is they're trying to find every other way to label it in which they don't have to do research. They don't have to really study to show themselves approved. They don't really have to sit down and talk to gay people. They don't really have to touch into humanity. Just, it's so much shit going on in my own life that I just kind of want to bypass this shit. Or why do I feel like this is necessary? Because I'm black, remember? I'm black, but this is my intersection of blackness. And my intersection also holds up blackness too. So when you start removing the intersections of blackness that you're ignorant about, it's one thing if you are factual that you're ignorant about. You literally are destroying the black community. Because you're putting all your energy on the shit that you can't even verify to be such a threat to the community. And again, if homosexuality was such a potent, powerful, just, oh my God, just over level 9,000, sugar and spice and everything not nice with a dash of ass in it. Okay, and dick, and it was just so powerful and potent, girl, that it was just the ultimate Trojan horse to get into any building, any situation. Why hasn't the white community been decimated by that then? Why would you get high off of your own supply? Isn't that a rule that people shouldn't fucking do? Especially if you're trying to profit? Hello? Girl, it's a new day. It's a new day, baby. That's why I'm so glad, baby. And guess what? If we don't get it now, there will be motherfuckers that are coming up, girl, that will motherfucking do what needs to be done.
Poverty can drive you crazy.
Right.
You have to know that the better days are coming if you continue to work hard and sacrifice. So, you know,
but you need people around you to affirm that in you. Sometimes you get in spaces and places where you'll be so low that you can't even see it for yourself, and you need people around you who will see it for you. But normally we would think our family members would be the ones, our mothers, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, our friends, our church family. Okay, who talk about love and Jesus would actually do that. But if a person comes and share about their life and what's going on with them and how they're dealing with all this stuff, and they have the label of gay, a lot of times, a lot of people are going to attribute, well, stop being gay. That's why you're taking dicks up the ass. Maybe if you take dicks out the ass, the Satan will stop fucking your bank account. Ow. Ow. It be those type of like underlying responses that people be given. So here it is, you're speaking about what causes mental illness, and then you talking about queers contributing to mental illness. You're literally contributing to mental illness in reference to strengthening the reason why you shouldn't be around these motherfuckers. And for the religious folk, when we actually look at the Bible and talk about what Jesus did, he was around sick people. According to y'all in the Bible, he was around them. He loved on them. He communed with them. He didn't judge them the way the society judged them. He was able to help restore them and to bring balance in their own motherfucking life. And to go and sin no more, which means, in my opinion, to not sit up here and believe the lies of other people and live your best life, especially if you ain't hurting yourself or anybody else, and your experience actually contributes to life. Because you just don't contribute to life by bringing life into the world only. You contribute to life by nurturing what the fuck you bring into the fucking reality all the way until it dies. It's Fuck Shit Friday. Make sure that you got your smoke and your drink with you. If you ain't got it by now, what's wrong with you? At this point, that's going to have to be a damn requirement when you fucking with BubzDaGawd, baby. Put your lighters up. Or something. Or something. Especially on Fuck Shit Friday, because I'm talking my shit today. Because y'all love being petty and queer people face and shit like that, as if though you okay, then we're gonna give you what you want and what you need. I hope y'all ready for that too.
pretty much right. But look how they said it was racism also that can cause mental illness. So come on now. I'm not using this as a scapegoat or escape or leaving the door open. Who here hasn't experienced that? So we got to be strong in this society, those of us who have maintained our mental stability, but there are others out there who, you know, like I said, we all have different responses or a different tolerance to the same stimuli. Just because we were strong enough to get through certain things.
Spicy, if you can, I don't know if you follow me on Instagram or not, but if you do, can you send me like a video from their channel? Or Deshaun, if you could, if you know what Spicy talking about, because again, I'm very delayed in the comments. That's why I'm putting them up as the live goes on, because me trying to get through this shit, we'd be here for 7 hours, and I ain't trying to be here that long. I'm trying to put in some work, but baby, I ain't trying to put no full shift, no shade. But could you please send it to my DMs on Instagram, because I would love to be able to like balance out my commentary more with healthy gay perspectives as well. Okay, so I can continue to establish credible timeline and sources for all these queer-phobic ass people to actually go look and see, so they can stop asking all these stupid ass questions. Okay.
The other person next to you or you know that may have gone through the same thing or even a little less might freak out faster because they don't have the tolerance. I'm not going to say backbone, but they just don't have it.
Wow.
So I don't look down on those people who go through mental illness. All I'm saying is that when it's celebrated and engineered even more, especially when they target it toward the people and put it up there for us to aspire to be that, not me, not you, but those who are behind us in the generations, who are more impressionable. Those are the ones who may not even have a mental illness.
You sound like the white people who were afraid to look on television and to see their younger youth children have the line removing the white people from the niggas removed, and now there's an intermingling. You sound like them. You sound like when you're driving your car and you hear black artists on a radio station that's predominantly white, you start freaking out. You sound like some of the white people, girl, that when a black person shows up into a neighborhood that they're not supposed, what are you doing here? You don't belong here type of shit. You're giving that same energy when you respond in that way. You're talking about the fact that there are people that you would laugh at when you were in middle school, high school, college, and probably even now when you see them. Oh my God, this motherfucker on television. Oh my God, this is so funny. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It's showing the world that there are other groups of people that exist too, that contribute to society too, that contribute to entertainment. Because at the end of the day, baby, everybody likes to be entertained. Let's just be real. Everybody like laughing. We all like laughing, baby. Laughter is medicine, baby, and we need more of it. So of course these niggas laughing, but at the same time, if, like I said in my shit, equality across the board, girl. Whatever energy y'all on, it's gonna be equal. I guess that's just how it's gonna be, bitch. Because at the end of the day, humanity has reminded me that we are equal, and whatever equality look like at this damn point is gonna be what it's gonna be. I have my version of it, but I'm also gonna give my energy, girl. But whatever the fuck pop off, girl, we gonna have to deal with that reality, that expression of it.
But they'll adopt this thing because it's celebrated and they want the attention. And so they go into this thing not...
Or y'all want the attention. Let's be real. Y'all want the attention. Y'all want the attention. Y'all want the attention. Y'all acting like it's 50 million Saucy Santanas. There's only Saucy Santana and Lil Nas X, 2 gay rappers compared to the multitude of heterosexual rappers who have more influence than queers could ever have. What are you talking about? The fact that motherfuckers are queer, they're gonna automatically cut themselves off and be like, nah, I don't fuck with that. So what do you mean?
Having a mental illness, and when stress hits them, they're already there. And you can't tell me this is not engineered. And yes, it spreads out to other populations. Yes, it does. But my focus is on us.
If we're gonna sit up here and talk about something, we have to be completely aware. That's what happened when you analyze things properly. You look at the other side. You see what the other side is talking about and what they're doing, so that you can have a complete objective understanding of what's going on. And you don't even have the other side, Lance. You just believe what the hell you want to believe. And that's cool. You have the right to do that. But when you speak publicly about it and you try to push it like fact, don't get mad when people come and fact check your ass. Because if telling lies mean that my hairline going to be receding, bitch, I'm not telling no lies. I will not be Mr. Clean, the Negro version, bitch, at 30-something. You goddamn bullshitting me.
Why is it that this thing was removed off the books in 1973 and now it's celebrated in 2023? Yes, it was celebrated in 2013 and 2003. We saw it coming out a little more in 1993. Around those 90s times, I believe it was when the black man had the mustache, bald head. I keep forgetting what his name was. It had initials. His last name was his last name White or so? I'm not sure. But Down Low Brothers. And I already told a close friend about Down Low Brothers, but I didn't have the term coined. And that became the acceptable term coined about Down Low Brothers. And I was telling her, I said, you know, most of the jobs that I worked on, I always dealt with the public. Whether it was driving the bus, working in the jail, driving a dollar van, working around my father, and at various short-term, short jobs that I worked. But I've always been around different people. I kind of sort of have the gift of discernment. We all pretty much do. We are very spiritual people on a positive level.
That's true.
Even demons, I'll say, have the gift of discernment. They have to know how to navigate. The gift of discernment and being spiritual and hearing a radio frequency, especially when you're in war. They don't do it anymore because things are encrypted. But when you were at war back in the days, back in World War II, wasn't nothing going on with an encryption. It was nothing digital. You flying around trying to bomb your enemy, and he's listening to the very broadcast that's being given to you. So he knows how to give you the counterattack. Now it's a lot different. So we are in a war, in a constant war from many fronts. It's not just they're scooping us up to put us in the oven like they did with the Jews back in the Hitler time, more or less, depending. You know, I won't say nothing funny because with this thumbnail, they're looking to get me. You know what I mean? So I had to ask it, put it as a question, pose it as a question. Mental illness masked as entertainment? All I was doing was asking a question, and all I did was play a clip. And all I did was talk about the definition of mental illness and the cause of mental illness. I didn't say anything bad. If you thought anything bad or thought anything that I was attacking anybody, that's on you.
But listen to how he literally tells on himself after this.
Because I know how to talk and go right up to the line and go over the line and do the matrix and lean back over the line without crossing the line.
So you trying to pussyfoot is what you're doing. That's like taunting. You're literally taunting is what you're doing. You literally just said that, oh, well, if that's what you think, that's you. Even though I can prove that I sat here in motherfucking Neo goddamn Sierra, backwards Neo bend. So I technically didn't touch the line. Like, if you niggas have the truth and y'all was really speaking y'all truth, step over the fucking line. The fuck you scared for? Cause no shade, I call all these niggas out by name. Y'all the ones have so much power and just know what to do. Step over the line. Push the button. With that Chinese girl saying motherfucking rush hour 2, push the button. Push the goddamn button. Push it. Push the goddamn button. Step over the line, nigga. Do it. What are you afraid of? Oh, they're gonna get me. I mean, that didn't stop Martin Luther King. That didn't stop Malcolm X. That didn't stop all these other people that you look up to. Again, y'all want to be kings. The universe is giving y'all the opportunity to walk in y'all kinghood. But see, y'all have forgotten what the crown feels like. And y'all feel some type of way when you see queer people wearing their motherfucking bedazzled ass crown, girl, and you jealous of them having a crown. That's why a lot of times, and it's true, if you sit down and just let people talk, they will tell on themselves. And that's for all of us. So once again, good try, but your little backpedaling and pussy popping attempt didn't work, bruh. It didn't. And we see the bullshit. That'd be the cringy thing for me. We see this. It's right here. Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, what is this? And again, I'm the only one asking to drop the link because I'm the only one trying to find reconciliation. That'd be the gag for me. That'd be the gag for me. I be trying to find reconciliation outside the queer community, the black community. I try to find reconciliation within the black community and inside the queer community. And I'm getting a lot of, I don't want to do that shit, girl, because a lot of hoes is hurt on a lot of ends. But that's why self-love is important, so that we can know who we are. Because what's happening is that all the false ideas are falling apart and the truth is going to remain. And a lot of us don't even associate ourselves with the truth because we've dealt with a reality that has denied us the truth. And then we participated in it and don't even know how to find our way back. But that's why I do what I do. Because if we care about blackness and oppressed people, we have to be about oppressed people. And I'm Team Humanity at this point. And Team Humanity is going to be very diverse. But the main goal is the fact that we are looking for the ascension of humanity, where everybody, or the majority of us, because some people just not going to believe it for themselves. And that's their life. But to establish a community of people who do believe it for themselves. Collectively. And the only way we're going to get to that is to talk to each other. So it may not be laying Scurv, but baby, these are just giving me opportunities to sharpen my sword, girl. So that when I do come across titans who really about that life, girl, it'll be David versus Goliath. And it's a shame it has to be that way, but goddamn it, if it has to be that way, so be it. Because again, misinformation is hurting people. It's hurting them physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I talk to people all the time who literally are waking up from their slumber of bullshit. A lot of them angry at the system. A lot of them sad at the system. A lot of them feel depressed because of the system. And it's my job to work through self-love and my overflow of self-love to pour on them, to help inspire them to find their purpose. And we gonna really see who destroying the community and who not. And y'all gonna gag. I'm not. But y'all gonna gag at who really is. That's why y'all afraid and delaying these conversations. Because these conversations means y'all gotta put in the work. And y'all don't want to. I get it. Black people, we are battle fatigued. We done did so much shit. But we are battle fatigued because we've been spending time trying to fight motherfuckers outside of us. Now it's time for us to focus that energy on blackness. The people outside of us ain't gonna change, girl. 400 plus years, we understand the rule book, girl. Now we gotta work on ours. And we can do it differently this time.
Okay, here it is. Let's just read a few more things, and I'm gonna go cook it even more. How do you deal with mental illness?
Yes.
9 ways to cope with having a mental illness. Let's see. It says more items here. Let me open this up. We at Naman. I'm not gonna read this whole article because when I opened up the bulleted points, it ended up being long paragraphs, right? Know your limitations, but focus on your strong points. That's one. Figure out who will accept you. That's another one. Don't let people treat you badly. That's another one.
Right.
Get treatment. Get support, but don't become your illness.
Right. Right.
Give back something to your community. I guess that's to make you feel valued where you are. Hold yourself accountable. I guess that means you should think, before you start acting cuckoo.
Do you hear this shit? What is he saying that's loving, that's affirming? To know if you're cuckoo and all shit? No, nigga, actually do what the fuck is asking you to do. Everything that you're trying to create with this live in reference to mental illness with queer people and all that type of stuff, and then you actually read the definition and you see all these different intersections of mental illness, it kind of has you perplexed. So now you're really trying to find a way to wrap this shit up and to make it make sense in your commentary, and you can't, because it's telling you what causes mental illness and then also how to combat mental illness, or to touch and agree with the person to love them through their mental illness. And it just gave ways, support, affirmation, be around people who support you, give back to the community because you also are part of the fucking community. Hello? All these things. And I wonder, has Lance done any of these things for queer people? Has he tried to practice empathy? Did he try to give queer people a safe space to speak about their traumatic experiences or their quality of life and for them to feel safe? Do you think that his platform, if a queer person was homeless and wanted to speak to Lance because they thought that Lance was, they liked Lance in reference to his leadership skills and probably even saw him as a father figure for some people who are very young and queer? As far as, I wish I had a father who cared for black people and cared for people the way that I do. And then now it's the opportunity for you, Lance, to actually care about the other intersections of that community. Do you think that your platform and your subscribers would literally love on him? With no judgment, but to actually love him when he's at his weakest moment, to just employ love? Or would you try to find a way to say, oh, well, you're queer, that's the reason why, like, you have to, would you try to find a way to justify that, oh, you're doing this to yourself because you're queer? Especially if he's a younger person. Impressionable, right? Because if it's the one thing a lot of young people are realizing now is that a lot of people don't give a fuck about them. For real, for real. They give a fuck about the idea of what a parent believes their child should be, as opposed to allowing their child to simply be. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's the mental illness, to project your failures onto your child so that they can live, you can live vicariously through them. Again, I was just watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's so funny. The second episode was the same thing. A old mom who was a cheerleader back in the day wanted to relive her prime girl and did some witchcraft to switch her and her damn daughter so that she could live her years as a cheerleader and still fuck it up. Damn, even when the universe gave you an opportunity, bitch, to go back and do it again, you still fumbled. Shit. And then you got banished to another goddamn dimension. Where is Buffy the Vampire Slayer at now to slay these ignorant ass viewpoints and perspectives and demons that these people are creating?
It's like, okay, I'm about to do this, so I'm going to be accountable and not do it. Gain wisdom from your setbacks and don't compare yourself with others. That's a big one. That alone, when you don't have a mental illness, will drive you crazy when you start comparing yourself with others.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I was speaking to my dear friend Jack Griffin. Don't know if he's here lurking in the shadows right now, but I had a conversation with him. It was a voicemail exchange where he's a very close friend of mine, but I let him in on all the dirt that I did graphically. And he already kind of knows. I gave it to him that way. I said, listen, I'm going to be very transparent with you. We were having a little, back and forth exchange. And I said, you know what? He asked me a question that had nothing to do with what I gave him. It was a very light question. Actually, and I'll get back on point with this. There's a picture with Muhammad Ali with either 3 of his wives that, at one point he was married to them, or I don't think it was all 4 of them. I think it was 3. And we always joked and said, man, he was sweating bullets then. Like, I think it was his last wife who, when they were younger, she was a little girl. And he had a couple years on her. And they grew up. And, when you get older, the age gap kind of gets smaller as far as how you deal with each other. It never changes. But, if I'm 15 and you're 5, later on when I'm 75, and you're 65, it's not that much of a difference.
What? Okay, let me go back. You said what, nigga?
And we always joked and said, man, he was sweating bullets then. Like, I think it was his last wife who, when they were younger, she was a little girl. And he had a couple years on her. And they grew up. And, when you get older, the age gap kind of gets smaller as far as how you deal with each other. It never changes. But, if I'm 15 and you're 5, later on when I'm 75 and you're 65.
You can't make this shit up, bro. Y'all literally sit up here and create these lies and try to label queer people as pedos. Y'all sit up here and literally try to label queer people generally as if though they are just foaming at the mouth, waiting for their next chance to be like Satan, girl, to steal, kill, destroy, and to seek whom it can devour, girl, and it's the youth. Meanwhile, you brought up Muhammad Ali, who had 4 wives. Okay? And used the analogy of if I'm 15 years old and you are 5. But again, with patriarchy, it's men, so men can get away with shit. First of all, why the fuck you 15-year-old trying to talk to a 5-year-old? And even my parents, my dad was a senior in high school dating a freshman. And he was a senior in high school dating someone who literally was entering into freshman year of high school, girl. From 8th to the 9th, and he in the 12th, getting ready to graduate. Oh, but again, when it's heterosexual people, it's okay because these people can still procreate and have kids. You literally have people down south, who are very queer-phobic, but yet, I remember back in the day, you know, if it was an older man, if I was 10 years old, and a man that was motherfucking 17, 18, 19 years old like me, and he was a doctor or a lawyer or something, you know, the family be happy because at least my daughter was able to get married into shit. And have we not forgotten about the motherfucking color purple nigga? How he died on top of me. Y'all got all the smoke for the queer people that y'all can't even validate, girl. But then when it come down to the facts of what y'all can validate, do you see how you was able to just justify that? But he up here worried about seeing Billy Porter in a dress or Saucy Santana twerking or something that's going to just infatuate a 5-year-old boy to want to be with. There is so much to this conversation. There is so much context and nuance that people are not willing to really understand because it involves them. When they speak about this negative shit that they speak ignorantly about, they're very ignorant because they don't understand that it also involves them if we're going to play this game. But if we're going to play this game, y'all going to gag because once again, when it comes down to the actual objective, irrefutable facts, girl, again, like if we were in the court of law, how can you substantiate what you're saying is the truth against this other person?
It's not that much of a difference.
It's not that 15 and 5 is not that much of a difference. That's a 10-year difference.
So it had to be his present wife at the time, Belinda, his future wife, Veronica, his last wife, Lonnie, and if the first wife was there, she was already divorced, whatnot. And it was like, he asked me, he says, were you ever in that kind of situation? And I kind of told him where, like, different people I was dealing with, you know, I said, kind of, sort of, but let me explain. And oh boy, did I explain. I went in deep. If that's ever played publicly, that's definitely going to, you can shadow ban me from here. The Kingdom's Come. It's going to have 1 million hits. Oh my God. I'll save that. And as we get closer, I'll send it to you. But right, I'll never run for president because if they tap into that, that's it. Yeah, Clive Davis. Ooh.
So you just also admitted that in some of your instances, allegedly, you have done that as well, to where there was this extreme gap of what would be considered, because to me 10 years is like, wow. But for example, if I'm gonna be 32 next month, if I dated somebody who was 10 years younger than me, I would be getting dragged, red roasted. Oh, what the fuck you doing? You trying to groom this nigga? All this other type of shit. But I mean, you just use the example. And oh, if that would have found out about me, like, again, if you just, that's why I be like, girl, love yourself, because it's getting to the point to where people be glitching, girl. They will motherfucking speak some shit and then tell on they self. Wow. Make sure y'all got y'all smokes and y'all drinks. Okay, and if you feel compelled, the Cash App is at the bottom of the screen, bitch. We getting all of our blessings, okay? We don't discriminate over here, okay?
Ooh, that demon. So let me go back to something else here, and then we'll cook a little more. I wanted to see this part
Girl,
where they said
you cooking what? White people shit, girl? You over there cooking macaroni and cheese with blueberries in it? That's what it seems like you're cooking over there. It seems like you're cooking crunchy ass green bean casserole with no flavor. We can't go to Flavor Town. The Kool-Aid ain't even sweet. You need some gay niggas over here to sweeten up the Kool-Aid, and everybody love Kool-Aid, especially niggas red and purple. Niggas love the purple stuff. The purple drink and the purple weed. Hello. I wish I had extra smoke dragon in the building, baby. Lighter check, weed check. Are you cooking at Holy Moly's Donut Shop or something, girl, with this F-star rating? Say it with me. Holy Moly Donut Shop. Holy Moly Donut Shop. Ooh, the world, Craig, not the city. We type flight of the world. And a lot of you hoes using the Lord to sell pussy on this corner, bitch. I see it.
It's a mental illness. I hope it's not a long article. Okay, they said types. They got a long list here.
You in there somewhere.
It's about maybe 10. I'm going to read those off just to have it as a fact. So
Thank
when
you.
people come into the comment section and start wanting, oh, you made this up.
Thank
Oh,
you.
no.
Thank you. You have to. A lot of other shit you done was made up. So I'm so glad that you actually read something factual this time. That's what I want. That's what I've been asking for you and Black Men Unfiltered to do. Not to speak from, what I feel and what I think and what I believe, which obviously is shit. Give us the facts. To be like, girl, this is what it says, bitch. Right here, girl, this is what it says. Show us what it say. Okay, show it what it say. As a matter of fact, let me upload this clip real quick, girl. Because since we being petty, I'm going to be petty too. Bitch, I remember which one it is. How long is that video, girl? Because I got another Andrew Caldwell clip, girl. Give me 1 second. Let me check my photos. Because I don't think I deleted it yet. Did I? Let me see. Did I? I hope I did not. Shit, I probably did. Fuck. Hold on, y'all. We gonna let him rock a little bit. We about to get some of this nasty ass cooking, girl. Get ready to leave y'all 0 stars on Yelp and on DoorDash reviews.
I didn't. Anxiety disorders. And I have a list of let me go read this. It's not that long. I'm just going to read off the bulleted points. Anxiety disorders, generalized anxiety disorders, social phobias, specific phobias, agoraphobia, claustrophobia, panic disorders, obsessive compulsive disorders, post-traumatic stress disorders. That's when I know real good, right? Behavioral and emotional disorders in children, oppositional defiant disorder, conduct disorder, attention deficient hyperactivity disorder. Next, bipolar affective disorder, depression, and I have a few things here, a little too much to list. Yeah, depression is another one, disassociation and dissociative disorders, eating disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia. Wait a second, I got too many of these in this list. Am I normal, y'all? Post-traumatic stress.
I told you we gonna be equal in this mug. Do you not understand? And that's spiritual. That's not personal. That is truth. Okay? And in the words of Andrew Caldwell, okay, I'm gonna use this clip from Andrew Caldwell, okay, for the motherfuckers that feel like being a queer man is not a man, okay, and it doesn't represent a form of manhood or masculine energy or feminine, whatever case may be, in the whole spectrum of the universe.
Hell no, in no way. Ain't never been a representative for me, so speak for you, my brother.
Honey, I represent all the men here. Anyway.
Hell no, in no way. Ain't never been a representative for me, so speak for you, my brother.
Honey, I represent all the men here. Anyway.
This is for faggots.
We can be petty too, bitch. If you want
So
to play this
again,
game, girl, we can be petty
psychosis,
too. I don't want to,
schizophrenia.
but we can.
Now, see, you know, most people when they watch movies or they look at the news and they start to list the conditions that maybe a mass murderer had and says, "Oh man, I'm not that bad." That's it at the extreme. Now, where are my slippers? The floor is a bit too hard. Let me put my feet up over here. Those are the extreme cases when people are at the end of their rope. And now, wait a second. Let me see if I can stop sharing this particular. Even though you can't see it, I'll stop sharing it. That's when they're at the end of their rope. But what about us walking around, functioning with these things? When you walk on a rug, you don't know what's swept under the rug. When you see somebody, you don't know what they're going through.
Correct.
How many times have I mentioned that time when, you know, we've heard it time and time again in different instances where a person went to work one day and he was just fine or she was just fine, and they went home and killed all their children, killed the wife, killed the dog, or killed the husband, and put the gun to their head. What were they going through? What were they going through? What were they going through? We don't know. So we all have breaking points. Like I said, some have a higher threshold of pain or being able to take more than others. I've learned in my life, my stuff wasn't where nobody was beating up on me or whatever. Well, the cops did, yeah, and that caused a lot of trauma. But my stuff was...
So imagine the trauma that a lot of queer people dealt with growing up, being beat on by people who look like them. Even when they weren't out there, quote unquote, doing the gay agenda as far as what y'all claim it to be, but literally just existing, just merely being there. How they were the brunt of the joke and the brunt of physical attacks, mental attacks, emotional attacks, spiritual attacks, how they were used and abused in the church. Like, again, you're missing the context of everybody. That's why these conversations are really important, because you will understand that we all have been through this. But your attempt to talk about, oh, the fact that it's being celebrated, you're trying to say that queer people are mentally ill and they need to become straight. And until they become straight, as long as they're queer and they're living their quote unquote evil, what's the word he used? Decadent life. Decadence, life of decadence, trying to, you know, promote this shit. What? This is what happens when you don't sit here and humanize people. You just broadly generalize them and then have the nerve to get upset when other people do it to you. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. Stop focusing on the ones who hurt you and focus on the ones who are willing to critique you and build with you as far as community is concerned.
Always emotional. I have taken, and I was speaking to Mr. Scurv about that. I was speaking about past relationships and situations, and in it brought me to literal tears earlier today. And it was like after I woke up, we were talking. I was up for about an hour, and we were discussing a specific individual in my past. And I brought certain things up maybe that she didn't know that I went through, and I was just, man, and for a second I got really human on everybody. You know, I don't have regrets, but at that moment, I expressed, I said, man, if I had never gotten involved with that other person, I could have had so many free years of my life, and the effects of it have lasted to this day.
And just like how you feel that way, because he's going to go into his story a little bit more, and shout out to Lance for even being vulnerable in this moment, because I'm not a person that kick people when they down. I don't. They already down. Me kicking somebody while they down is a cowardly thing to do, and that's one thing that my ass is not a coward. Okay? I'm even willing to face death, and that's something that I still got to work through. But imagine, like you just said, all those free years you could have had. What do you that there are queer men now who have lived in the closet and on the down low for so long and feel like they've missed out on so much of their freedom and happiness to live their life with the person that they want to be with, who feel the exact same way you do. Like, damn, if I never would have subscribed to queer-phobia, if I never would have subscribed to the fear-based ideologies and interpretation of the Bible from the church, then maybe I would be living my best life. That same thing can be said about those people as well. So once again, your expression in life is unique, but it's not special. We're all equal. We're all human. So we're all going to experience our own unique expression of the same thing. It's about being able to sit the fuck down and talk to each other so we can work through the shit. That's the point and the purpose of building community. Okay? You over here talking about the spirit of discernment, but yet you still feel bad and can't even trust people because they've hurt me over the past. It seems like you got a problem with letting shit go. And yes, cry more. You definitely need to cry. You need to cry more. You out of nature. I'm going to be crying too. Because one thing about BubzDaGawd is I continue to go forward in my expression. And as far as my visibility as it grows, until I die, I'm going to be an emotional man. And I'm not going to feel bad about it. Because being emotional is the soul's way of throwing up. It's me actively choosing to engage in what hurt me, to confront it, to heal from it, and to learn to let it go. And that's probably why you're having a hard time struggling to accept queer people, because there's still things inside of you that you need to deal with. Because, I mean, if we're going to play this mentally ill game, I guess we're all mentally ill, according to you and what the thing said. It's a long-ass list, and you said you found a few of your shit now. So I guess as much as you don't want to be in the boat with queer people, we still in the boat. Again, equality is going to happen regardless. And instead of us being afraid of that, we need to accept the fear, deal with the fear, transcend the fear, and then actually deal with the reality of what it could be. And maybe I'm just crazy enough to believe it, but goddamn it, there were people who put their life on the line, believing shit for me, and didn't even live to see me be where I am today as a black, openly queer man on the internet speaking, when this history has done nothing but oppressed my experience. That I'm on the internet, not the nigga version of the internet, but the internet.
You see, you have people who can get into your life, and this is another subject, I'm going to talk about it. You have people who can get into your life and really F it up. Not that they have the power to ultimately F it up, but for the time when you go into a relationship unsuspecting, believing the facade, believing their intentions, when all they wanted from you was a damn green card to make a few babies so that when you break up, you got to pay child support.
Right.
Oh, I can tell you a whole lot of things. I pretty much gave it away. And how they will choose to harass that particular child that looks like you, who is the oldest one, who knows the deal and not the lies. And when you go into something like this with the best of intentions, and you realize you spent all of these years being used and working hard and strung along, and the person never cared about you. There's some people out here who are demons. Let me tell you something. I'm being very transparent on that. And they can drive you literally crazy. And I was at that point, not of crazy, but I was really at the end of my rope for real, for real.
Yeah.
And I made certain decisions around those times that were foolish in reaction, but I've been through it, y'all. And it all came back to me when I was speaking to Mrs. Scurv, and I was so angry. And I said, you know what? Here I am. And there's no regrets. And you know me, I'm enjoying each and every day. So I'm not hung up on the fact that I'm 60 years old. All I'm saying is that how much further could I have gone if I didn't get involved with that person? You know what I mean? To the point where they were so manipulative. April 28th, 1994, my mother passed away. May 23rd, 1994, I was getting married to this demon because I was so out of it emotionally, and they manipulated me because they wanted to get what they can get.
Right.
I can tell you about that. I'll tell it publicly because I don't care right now. Now I'm really over it as of this morning. You see what I mean?
Good. I'm happy.
And it really hurt to the point where just thinking about it and just thinking about what was done to me emotionally and wasting my time. So you know what? Still, as you see, I'm not bitter at all women. Women are wonderful. the ones who are wonderful. And so I'd like to talk about things like this, but I want everybody to know that I'm not hateful toward women. My sisters, I love you all because you all are individuals and you never did anything to me bad. And I had a wonderful relationship with my mother. So there was no, but when I go in on those types, I'm going to do a show or two, maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime next week. Again, for the people who don't know this platform, who pass through first and say, oh, for the first time, oh, this guy's bitter about women. No, I'm not. Ask Mrs. Scurv. I treat her very well. And I've treated all the relationships I've been in very well, even the one that did that to me, that I was married to.
Understandable.
For a long time.
And I've been through the same thing, Lance. I've been used and abused in relationships as well. Been cheated on, lied on, all these things. And this is not something that's just exclusive to me. This is something that's happened to a lot of people. A lot of people have been used and abused. So I'm glad that you're learning how to transcend your own individual experience. That's something we all have to do. But that's why communication is important, because once again, you just said it, for the people that come through my live and for the first time and just start to assume about you. Okay, so then you have to stop assuming shit with other people. And if you have the opportunity and the privilege to talk to these people that you're assuming shit about, to actually do it so you can deal with the objective reality of it, as opposed to the assumption. And I'm glad you were able to let that go. And I hope that you continue to heal whatever residue of the pain that was caused in your life, because it was put in your life to teach you something. And I'm proud of you still being able to love again, because a lot of people get hurt, especially the way that you're expressing it, to where they can't even trust people again. So the fact that you have been through so much hurt and pain and you still choose to love with your heart, that's an amazing and wonderful and beautiful thing. And I'll put no homo on it since I'm queer, just in case your ass feel uncomfortable. But I commend you on that. But understand, there are queer people who are doing that as well. Billy Porter went through some shit and transcended, and now he's living his best life wearing all type of dresses. You ain't got to wear it. He does. Let him wear it. Be glad he's wearing it so that you don't have to. And again, your experience of life is not the only one. Hello. This is planet Earth. This is humanity. It is an amalgamation of God expressed in many different ways, in ways that are infinite and that we're still learning about. And instead of fighting against it, learn to find where you fit in at. Learn to find out where you are powerful at. Learn to find out where your strength is at and find your own lane, and stop trying to merge your shit into other people's shit, destroying their own shit.
Even when I saw the game being pulled over my eyes, I was a hopeless romantic thinking, well, you know, this is going to end up being different. I'm going to stick it through. I'm going to work it out. To the point now, what hurt me is that for her to ruin the mind of my children against me. And so I've always told people in private, I said, one of the ways, except for the oldest one now, but one of the ways that they will know me is that the things I put out online. And we've had strained conversations, but the mother's a demon. I'll say that. I don't care who doesn't like it, because I would never say it if it wasn't true, but it put me through hell for a decade plus. So it wasn't just that when I divorced her that it was all over. There was a psychological games that were being played and a manipulation that was played. I'll get back on the topic. I'm just ranting on that. I remember after I had divorced her and I'm driving the bus. I had a bus route that went right by the apartment where my kids were, right? One day I'm driving the bus and she calls me to tell me that my daughter was raped while I'm driving the bus. And in those days, you can talk on your cell phone while you drove the bus. I'm crying driving the bus. I'm forgetting about the route. People that knew me were trying to console me. I called the supervisor. He's like, listen, don't even drive the bus. You're out of it, man. I'll come meet you and get you a replacement driver. And he did. And he drove me to my old apartment. And I realized that did not happen, because who they said did it, I was about to kick in their door and literally kill them.
Understandable.
And I'm glad that supervisor, Dwayne Robinson, was there with me that day. He said, man, let me pull your coat on something, man. You told me the kind of relationship it was. This is some game to get you in trouble. Because all the time she used to call the cops and say I hit her when it never happened. I would never do nothing like that. She'd die if I hit her. 8 times the cops were called, and the last time they said to her, listen, if you call the cops on him one more time, even if he did do it, we're taking you to jail. Thank you for listening to that. I had to get that off my chest. I've been through so much, y'all, and I have tremendous insight on situations and a tremendous gift of discernment on things I see, not because I'm some holy roller pastor, because when you've been through some shit, you know some shit.
Understandable.
Okay?
Understandable.
So that's what it is. And that's the tip of the iceberg. Oh, that's the tip of the iceberg. And it's healthy for you to let these things out, let the chips fall where they may. And some people say, well, there's two sides to every story. Yes, of course there is. And the third and the fourth and all the other people, I got some incredible stories to tell you. And this is why I can derive my topics from, because of personal experience. But back on to everything else. Wow, I got out of that. I got that out of my system. I hope she's listening. And I invite her to come on in and try to say something else about me. But anyway, mental illness masked as entertainment. See, we are the face of every decadent indulgence that the oppressor indulges in, but we're put out there like that. We're supposed to be 13 or 14% of the population in America, which there are more. It's more than that, y'all. It's more than that. Because there's a lot of folks from the Caribbean, there's a lot of folks who are in the Latino community who are black and don't want to be that. Look at Kamala Harris. She could never say her father was Jamaican. But
because again, they all unfortunately understand what the experience of being black is in America. Now, is that experience happening in other countries? I'm ignorant, so there might be. I don't know. Hopefully people educate me. I know that over in South America, darker skin is looked down upon and lighter skin is looked, it's more praised. So, it's like it's so much intersection here. It's kind of like you're telling one side of the story and then you want to silence all the other sides of the story. Like, okay, I'll just go ahead.
She wants to be Indian, she's Indian, and when she wants to be going to a black college and known as this black woman, she don't really say that.
Right.
And the way she treated black men when she was putting them away behind bars for minor charges, she hates black men. And look what she's married to. So I'll admit that she probably traumatized too, but she's sick too.
I love how you call these mental illnesses sicknesses. This is where we fucking it up at. You literally just read a list of what causes mental illness and how to combat it. Are there some people out there who are traumatized by their experience and don't want to be connected to that? Hell yeah. Ron Vugada is one. Christian Walker, those who try to escape their reality in a way that's destructive or continues to perpetuate the destruction. So if we're going to play that game, I guess there's a lot of motherfucking people doing that. But how do we deal with it? And again, it's because of the quality of life, and not just with the things that money can buy, but the quality of life in reference to treating people with respect, honoring them, loving them, trying to get to know them, to understand them, to even verify and see if your fears are even true. Y'all not even doing that. Y'all just talking shit from a distance, and then when queer people come around you, you get scared. I don't want it around me. Well, how do you know for real? How do you know for real? Wouldn't you want to know for real? Wouldn't you want to know for yourself the truth? And there's so much evidence out there, so many books, so many statistics, so many studies, so many news articles, so many experiences for you to learn from, and you're choosing not to. Girl, me going live and shit like that is really giving me these motherfuckers grace. Cause it's like when shit hit the fan, girl, you can't be mad, bitch. Look at all this. Look at all this, girl. Look at all the shit that y'all said, that y'all done. Look at it.
We've all been touched on certain levels. We all have sores. I don't mean actual sores on our skin, but wounds and sores that when touched, it's like, we react. Not that we all had major trauma. I didn't have any major trauma when I was a child growing up. But when I got to be an adult, more so, oh man, one thing after another. One thing after another. So we're always put up as the face of this.
Always.
And there are some of us
Always.
who are mentally sick that will perpetuate something for the attention that they can get. And Hollywood loves this because now there's so many of us that are willing to step up to the plate to be the next fool to be used to downgrade the mindset of our youth. So what is Saucy Santana, and I'm picking on him right now, is he gonna be on the box of Wheaties now? He's not an athlete, but he's an athlete, okay? So they'd rather that over the athlete. He's an athlete, okay? Athletes play games. Athlete have people playing their ass.
And you will gag at some of the athletes that's into ass play. Trust me. It's a whole bunch of heterosexual niggas right now that love they women pegging the fuck out of them. Whole fucking them. They wife got they legs up to the ceiling and whole fucking them and they still straight. Because again, when it come down to sex, people talk about sex as far as procreation. Y'all not out here trying to talk about, so you're having my baby. Ain't nobody saying that. The majority of y'all busting nuts because it feel good to relieve this stress. That's what it is. But that was funny though, athlete. I ain't gonna lie, that was funny. Cause I have a dark sense of humor too, so I'm gonna laugh at shit that's funny. I'm gonna laugh. No shade. That was somewhat clever. Touche.
And that's where they're leading us because in the anus there are no ovaries.
But there's a hell of a motherfucking pea spot. There's hell of a nut to be busted that a lot of niggas have never had before in their damn life. And again, sex is not just for procreation. Sex is also used to strengthen the bond between you and the person you're in love with. Because again, y'all can bring life into the world, but y'all don't care about the quality of that life into the world until they're gay. Or there's something that society is against. And all of a sudden that parenthood shit goes out the window, don't it? Yes, for the athlete. Don't fuck around. We gonna get a motherfucker the Queer Olympics. Instead of throwing javelins, they gonna throw dicks. It's gonna be the shot put. It's gonna be the bottom put. He said that athlete shit was disrespectful. Look, but that's the thing. When motherfuckers disrespect you, baby, match their energy, girl. Cause I got a whole bunch of reads that I haven't even said about Lance. Cause I'm trying to still get to the common ground area. Now, once some bullshit happen and he just be on some completely disrespectful shit, okay, well then we gonna have to play that game. Cause I got all type of motherfucking acronyms and shit too. Sir. But I ain't gonna lie. I grew up during the times of Mad TV and all that shit. And now I can look back at what I've been through and laugh. Because if a nigga tried me now, God bless the nigga. Because I'm gonna turn into Jack in this bitch, okay? I look cute and cuddly, girl, but would turn into 4-5 different motherfuckers on your ass at one time, girl. You will be traumatized, girl. Every time you walk past a toddler section at Myers or Kroger's or Target or something, you gonna have a little PTSD your damn self. You see a little toddler running, you gonna be screaming and shit.
But you know what? One day, just like they're trying to rob the wombs of healthy black women and put them in these trans things to have babies, why are you doing that? What a waste of time. Why can't you look for the cure for cancer? Why can't you look for the cure for AIDS? Why can't we look to cure real mental illness and not take this societal degrading and downturn? Like I said last night, was it 2 nights ago?
They have womb transference thing going on now. Does anybody have any receipts on them transferring wombs and shit? Transwomanism? Wow, y'all need to write goddamn comic books or something. Shit, y'all need to work for Marvel and something. The way that y'all minds be working with these goddamn hypothetical situations. And Lance, you already draw and shit and know how to do all type of artwork. Create goddamn anti-queer comic books. Because I will definitely review them on my channel.
Always saying it every show. I find a way to stick it in. The oppressor hates all things nature, all things God force, life force, the most high, the creator, whatever you want to call it. We didn't put this wonderful natural system together ourselves.
Right.
You understand? So we came here and everything was prepared for us, but there's something, some spirit, some entity, some force, seen and unseen, working through the oppressors like a marionette puppet. There's something even more behind all of this. It's not just a few people sitting around a desk saying, okay, we're going to have it this way. There is a big force. I won't say supreme because it's not supreme over the ones that made us and the spirits that we have on the inside. But it hates us on all fronts, and it's a war on us on all fronts, and it's not paranoia. How do we go from Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, John Shaft to this on the banner in front of us?
Wow.
They didn't do this in the civil rights movement time. I'm not saying I'm all for the civil rights movement because it was human rights, and that's why Malcolm X was shot, because he was going to bring that to the United Nations. What's going on with us as a human rights.
So when we talk about human rights, here it is. You're saying human rights is meant to. So it's like y'all be wanting to like do this huge ass leap and bound, but y'all not willing to crawl, then walk, then run, then leap. Y'all not willing to do that. You talk about human rights. Again, queer people are human, but you're trying. I don't know. Is it the fact that you want human rights first? Is this a waiting in line type of thing? Are we waiting at the DMV of human services, girl, to just who's going to get humanity? Or can we just realize that we're all human and then work on the things and absolve the things that divide us from being human? And I'll tell you what, if it's one thing that black people have done, we have survived. We are not a fucking extinct. And all the shit that we've been through for 500 plus years, baby, black people, if it's one common link that black people gonna always do is survive. That's evident. But it becomes more dangerous now because black people are using that low vibrational destructive force, okay, against each other. To where he is literally saying that the men of the 60s and 70s who were strong men, who were strong. These are the same strong men who walked out and allowed dogs to be sicked on them. The same strong men that allowed water hoses to be turned on them. The same strong men that walked out and allowed the police to beat their ass and throw their ass in the motherfucking paddy wagon. All of these people who allowed these people to do these heinous things to us, and they were still strong. And going from those people who allow those things to Saucy Santana, where at least Saucy Santana gonna shoot back this time. At least it's gonna be some self-defense this damn time. Maybe at that time it was the masculine appearing operating in the energy force, and now it's the feminine spectrum dealing with the masculine force. Maybe there needs to be some sort of switch in the system or a glitch in the system to throw the system off. Because what we've been doing, the shit we've been talking, the Lance been talking about and shit, has not provided any sort of relief or understanding or reconciliation or clarity when it comes to the intersections of blackness. You literally are sitting here and that drunk chick over there, and all the other ones are trying to find ways, okay, to literally talk shit about queer people, and you want to talk about them privately. Well, if you want to talk about them and not be bothered, then go do that go back in your closet. See, we're talking about closets. Ain't no closet for me to go back to, baby. The only thing that's back there in the closet is death. And baby, if we talking about death, okay, then we're gonna have to really make some changes. I'm talking to the reference to, bitch, I'm gonna live my life until it is, and whatever gonna happen, bitch. This is ridiculous. You sit up here and talk about human rights, but you struggling on how to actually apply that. And yes, John Shaft is a fictional character. Who is the man? And then on top, let's talk about John Shaft. Can you dig it? Wasn't there a scene in the damn Shaft movie where a gay man said something to Shaft? Shaft ain't pull out his goddamn shotgun and blow that nigga head off. He ain't take a motherfucking bottle of whiskey and bust it over his head. He ain't take a motherfucking glass of shit and throw it at the man. He just looked at the man, talked to the man, because John Shaft knew who he was. He was secure. You know, he was secure, and he walked out the motherfucking establishment. He ain't saying no anti-gay slur to that man. Because when you a boss-ass nigga in your energy, all type of motherfuckers gonna like you. White people gonna be attracted to you. Black, Mexican, Chinese, man, woman. When you have that energy, human beings are just gonna be attracted to you. It's about how secure you are in it. So yes, even John Shaft was more secure than these niggas today. A gay man hit on Shaft in the film, and Shaft ain't do nothing that these insecure niggas would do.
Issue and met with other world leaders and was going to bring the heat down. But the United Nations is down with all the decadence. They're just a front. They ain't going to do nothing for you. They just there like a security guard. Security guard can't do nothing to you. He's just the eyes and ears. You can take something off of the show. Hey, security guard, I'm about to steal this right now. Legally, he has no right to put his hands on you. And I guess in different states and different jurisdictions, they have a different gradual kind of way of doing things. But for the most part, he can't do anything. He can just document it and pass the information along. Because if he puts his hand on you, he's wrong. You see what I mean? But this thing is pushed on us. And it's not just that community that has this saucy sissy Susan, whatever, an athlete put up there, but it's the promiscuity of the women who are pushed in the entertainment industry. But we had the Supremes and we had the different female groups back in the 60s and the 50s and early 70s. You know, even in the 70s for the most part, you could find a few who did certain things. I mean, I know Millie Jackson was an entertainer. Never ever change a lover in the middle of the night. Whoa, that's kind of heavy. You got one and you got another one. I get these flashbacks with these old songs. There's certain things that we're adult that we can laugh at. But for the most part, if you sung well and you performed well to touch the spirits of the masses, to give them that good feeling, it's no good no more. You have to have your titties hanging out. You have to have a wardrobe malfunction to sell more stuff. You got to do a photo shoot half naked as a...
But meanwhile, if those half naked ass women came to you with a motherfucking girl best friend who liked to eat a little pussy every now and then and wanted you to be included and you were single, again, you said you was a freak, nigga. And you still have flashbacks about maybe some of the freaky shit you did with two women. How about the fact these women are showing their ass and all that stuff because they realize, see, it's the, let's really talk about it. Maybe y'all are just upset because now the women are saying if you're trying to fuck, you got to pay. Because again, as a man in this patriarchal society, bitch, I ain't got to pay for no pussy, bitch. I'm a nigga. Do you know who I am? Yes, I know how you is. And bitch, my cash app is $whoop-de-whoop. So what's up? You want some of this. And since you want some of this, you're going to have to pay. I'm privy to the barbershop conversations, not on YouTube, but the ones in real life, where there were literally men who are married, who literally be talking about they have an affair on their goddamn wife, and then be so anti-queer. And I'm like, bitch, you cut my hair, and you telling me about all the shit you did to your damn wife, like I'm supposed to be like, yeah, you're right, yeah, toxic ass bullshit. This man is 60 years old. I doubt he's... Look, let me tell you something. You can always teach an old dog new tricks. It's if the dog want to know it. Now, if he wants to stay in his shit, that's fine. But goddamn it, when you put it on a public platform, since you're talking about queer people being invisible and stuff, and if he's going to give his commentary about his interpretation, I'm going to give my commentary about my interpretation. Again, this is an equal platform. It's funny how you mentioned that scenario in particular after recent events.
A singer. So I mean, what is it to be a doctor now? You know, you don't have to go through these exams to get your certifications as a doctor. You got to go run track. Why is it that you got to do something different outside of being a singer? You got to be a porn star these days. Damn near. Damn near. Leaked sex tapes. The technology is used against us to the point where you have young ladies now who feel they got to go out there and be whores. I'm not talking about a woman who has a man or she gets with a man and they indulge and they're intimate with each other and they're committed. I'm not talking about that. Suck on. Do it all you want to do and behind closed doors. That's a beautiful thing. Righteous soul ties. But this laying up with everybody, giving yourself to everybody, you have to be a whore or a gay dude before you can get any fame.
Wow.
And when they put you out there as a straight dude, you still had to do gay things. I don't push other channels, but I have to give credit where credit is due. I don't hijack anybody's line of thinking, but I listen to Ringo TV.
Now, for those of you who are OGs of YouTube, you know who Ringo TV is. Girl, Ringo TV is like the Hotep conscious version of motherfucking, what's his name? Tommy Sotomayor. Ringo TV used to use the copyright act that I use all the time. He's one of the first ones. Girl, hoes was mad at him. Girl, you can't. They were trying to flag his videos. You can't. He found the loophole, so he can give his commentary and use his perspective. But the fact that he said Ringo TV, it's just like, okay, girl, like, okay, now this is taking another level. So now we talking about real ignorant shit. Now we talking about real ignorant shit. Now I ain't gonna hold you. What Lance is about to talk about in reference to forcing heterosexual men to do things that they don't want to do, I believe that is not right. There are some people who are in positions of power who are gay and straight. It's not just a heterosexual thing, but literally are using their power and their privilege even in sexual ways. Because again, when it comes down to toxic patriarchy, sex is also another form of control and dominance over people. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. He was a fucking billionaire. The word no was removed from his vocabulary, so he felt like it was okay for him to actually do the shit that goddamn West name was saying, bitch. Talk to younger motherfuckers. So again, you have these people in power. Now, if we're talking about them, call those people out and let's deal with them. That makes sense. But at the same time, call all the people out. Because there's a lot of cast and couch shit that's happening. It's a lot of, oh, you want this part? You're going to have to, you want the head? You want to be the head in charge? As far as this film, you got to suck this head. There is a lot of that shit going on. Again, and it's not right. I'm with you on that, Lance. That's wrong. You don't force somebody to do something. Now, if you're talking about Hollywood and some of the people in Hollywood in positions of power who are capitalistic, who literally want to profit off of you in any way, shape, or form and will extort you to make sure that you keep paying them, and if you don't pay them, they release this shit, and because the society we live in that lot is very fucking ignorant, they're going to just swallow up all this shit and literally cancel you without actually studying to show themselves approved. So they force these people to do shit. You have a lot of rappers who say, yeah, I got fucked in the ass for the deal. And they have videos of it so that they can use it against you because they're banking on the queer-phobia. They're banking on these things happening. And even if these men came out and said, man, I did get fucked for the deal, they have to now deal with the rest of their life being demonized and made fun of because you the nigga that got fucked for a deal that didn't even go through, nigga. You didn't even get an album, bitch. You got fucked for free. So when it comes down to Hollyweird doing that shit, excuse me, literally oppressing people and subjecting people to all type of shit and literally being in control of their happiness, then yeah, that's evil. That's destructive and that's demonstrative. But again, when you give your commentary about queer people, you try to make the broad generalization very much fast food version way of looking at it, as opposed to sitting the hell down and actually dealing with it the home cooked type of way with all natural ingredients from the earth. and the different salts and seasons and flavors that your ass haven't even tasted yet that still contributes to your palate. And that's food for the soul. Okay, girl, this is gonna be a long ass live. Make sure you got your smokes and make sure you got your drink. Because the only way we gonna work through this shit is to actually deal with all of it. And I'm here to bring the context and nuance. If we gonna talk about actually helping the black community at large and trying to really deal with shit at large, then let's deal with the at large shit. Because we all got work to do in this motherfucker.
It's just the way it's spelled. And he was basically saying how Jamie Foxx, back when he was in Living Color, and what was the name of the character with the lips and the dress and the wig and acting? Yeah, he had to wear that dress back then. So therefore, you know, we forget that before we knew he was a singer, before we knew he was a really great, serious actor, we knew him as this dude who wore the dress. And that was the most popular skit, or one of them, not by my standards, but by the way people reacted to him. One of the most the emasculation of a black man. You got to be this before you can do that. The way he sings, the way he acts, the way he does impersonations of other people, that rate.
In Living Color is a comedy sketch show. When you are an actor, for those who know how to act, okay, you are allowing yourself to play a character. When they say action, you are no longer yourself. You're that character. You're telling a story. You're using your body. You're using your energy to tell a story. And that's a comedy sketch show. It's the same thing with motherfucking Mad TV. Mad TV was worse than goddamn In Living Color. But see, what happened is that because Jamie Foxx is talented and is secure in himself, he was able to do that and cut that off. The fuck? And still go forth and do great things. Y'all acting as if though these niggas are telling y'all have to wear a dress. Now you have to wear a dress. No. These are actors doing the acting job. And of course, and again, these black men, when they were imitating women, it was caricatures of black women. Oh my goodness, with Martin Lawrence. But it was comedy. The point is to laugh. And at that time, we could laugh at our flaws and our insecurities. Continue with your interpretation, sir.
Charles movie, come on, y'all. He did a Mike Tyson when I can't wait for that one to come out. And I know it's like he morphs into, he has real talent. But why did he have to come out and be in a dress? So think of all the black men that did not want to do that gay and straight. So he was basically saying that, hey, we love him now. He's a decent man now appearing. But back in those formative years and his time in the entertainment world, he had to wear that dress. So even if you don't wear the dress, what about those black men in Hollywood who did things behind closed doors in front of a video camera? That's the other thing I'm hearing. There's so many that we think didn't do something, they did something. Because really, are they gonna allow you now to be promoted by them? Pushed by them, money spent out of their pockets? You're not a person anymore. They own you, and to continue to own you, they got to hang something over your head. Look, that's not even a conspiracy theory. We can see that by now. In 2023, all the gay dudes who told me 20 years ago that, oh no, there's not a conspiracy. Oh no, you're just imagining things. There were always this amount of gay men out there. Oh, hell no. Even to the point of those back in the 70s that I knew that were gay, you couldn't even call them a faggot. They would beat you in a very hetero way.
And still will. And still will.
Hell no, in no way. Ain't never been a representative for me, so speak for you, my brother.
Honey, I represent all the men here. Anyway.
This is for faggots.
All right. Okay.
You don't call them that. That was a very disrespectful word. A lot of them didn't even put what they did outside in the street. Now, you had the occasional sissy sashaying with the handkerchief tied around their neck.
Lord.
But you had...
So Lance is cool with the masculine gays, the ones that's quiet, you can't tell, they can assimilate, they can affirm, but then have a problem with the DL community girl, and then sit up here and ostracize the gay one who got the little sachet on, walking out living his truth girl. We understand you don't like queer people. You don't want queer people in the equation. You feel like queer people is not African girl. You feel all this type of bullshit. And I'm here to tell you, just like, and this is by way of Mother Nature. We're here, girl. As long as your head is bald and shiny, we gonna be here. Girl. Now it's time for you to face your fears and see if it's real.
That dude who didn't bother nobody, and you saw him go home from work on a Friday night with his friend, and the friend left Monday morning with a different change of clothes and went to work. But they ain't bother nobody. If they were by the ice cream truck, they weren't no pedophiles, and we knew that. They bought some of the kids, ice cream. They might talk with the old granny on the steps over there. They'll wave at you, but they knew that you knew what they were all about, and they wasn't trying to push up on you.
What? So even when motherfuckers paying attention, girl, y'all still in their business. Y'all knew who they was. Y'all was watching them around the kids because you felt like they was going to do some shit, and they buying the kids ice cream and shit, talking to the old lady on the stoop. And they waved to you, but they knew what they was doing. Like, I know what you doing. But at least you keeping it in the door. I know what you doing. But you keep it in the... Meanwhile, the one that's walking out, hey, bitch, hey, girl, with the whole damn scarf on, bitch, you the one... Again, whenever there is a feminine expression coming from men, and not even just gay men, because you have men who are metrosexual, who dress in what would be considered a gay way, and they're labeled as that as well. Again, ignorant ass motherfuckers who don't know nothing, speaking and projecting their own bullshit, as opposed to really trying to understand a bitch. And at this damn point, y'all talk about gay sex so much. Do you want to know about it? Do you want me to do a live and bring some motherfuckers on and give y'all the whole rundown of how this shit work? Since y'all so inquisitive about it.
You understand? If a kid was running out the street, they'd run out and stop the kid from getting hit by a car. So there was a mutual distance back then. But this brazen, to get back on the Santana type of athlete, this brazen in your face, I'm proud of my decadence, fanned on by Hollywood and social media and all of those other resentful people. See, people say you're picking on them too much. Like I said, it could be the hyper-masculine black man who wants to screw everything in sight. That's mental illness too, because you don't feel as though you have any power in this present world. So the only thing you know that you have power in, or a pseudo sense of power, is in your dick. You think not? Go past all them dudes on the corner who are hanging out. Some may be hustling. Some are just hanging around to get a little free meal for looking out for the dude in the corner who's hustling. Might be 15 of them. But if they don't have a Chinese food carton in their hand or a 40-ounce drinking, and I'm not stereotyping, they on the corner in the hood. Where are their hands? Their hands are holding their dicks, the most precious, powerful thing in their mind that they have. And when the girls walk by, and the women walk by in the morning time going to work, because a lot of these guys who hang in the corner, if they hustling hard, they'll get up early, stay out late. Hey, girl, how you doing? What's your name? You looking fine right now. And she may say thank you and keep going. Why don't you come over here and talk to me? And listen, I got to go to work. Oh, all of a sudden she turns into a bitch now. Oh, that bitch don't want to get nobody the time of day. Fuck you, bitch. You see what I mean? Well, all the while they got their hands on their dick. And as soon as she gets a little distance away, I'll break your back with this thing. I'll tear you up. I'll turn you out. Is that the only place you feel like you have power?
Why don't you talk to the motherfucker and figure out if that's the place he had power? Maybe the motherfucker was told that all he was good for is dick. A lot of women out here saying, well, I don't think he good for his dick anyway. Fine. See, y'all don't know people. Y'all create these stereotypes and stories in your mind, and then you try to project it out into the reality. If you're going to think these things, actually follow it out with action and try to ask these motherfuckers, why are you doing this, bro? Like, what's going on? And yes, for a lot of black men, when they fuck, a lot of times because they understand what it's like to be black in America, they're looking for a way to escape. And a way that a lot of people, unfortunately, use sex, they use it as escapism. Oh, I'm going to use you as a masturbatory aid to release all of my stress, my tension, my guilt, my shame, my anger, my frustration, my confusion, all these things. And like you said earlier about soul ties, creating destructive soul ties, nothing that benefits your body, your mind, your spirit, your soul, your emotions, any of that. Again, you're talking about nature. One of the laws, universal laws of nature, is the law of cause and effects. To give and to take. To give and to take. These niggas are taking. They dropping dick off. Because they're going to be relieved. That's why they call these people up when they're stressed, when they're horny. Because instead of learning how to deal with that horniness, to transmute that into something productive. To use that sexual force in a way that could be productive for their life, or hell, if you have to beat one out, to be able to use a form of sex magic that affirms you. But we end up using other people's bodies in a disrespectful way, and we don't even honor their temple. We don't even honor their bodies. Like you said earlier, two motherfuckers indulging in each other, comfortable with each other, affirming each other, loving each other, creating something beautiful with each other, strengthening the bond within each other. We're not seeing that. And then when you try to incorporate that, a lot of times people be like, what's this weird old school shit? This is shit, this is stuff that continues to still thrive. This is what it's supposed to be. I don't even have a lot of sexual experiences by choice. I hope that shit change. Because, nigga, I'm 30-something years old now. And now at this time, I'm grown. And I'm trying to attract another grown motherfucker so we can be grown together. But when I do start having sexual experiences, I don't want to have, or I am not trying to attract the sexual experiences that a lot of people are doing outside now, as far as, oh, what can you give me? What can you give me? What can you give me? To attract another motherfucker that's willing to give like I am, and also willing to receive as well. And again, that is something that transcends this 3D reality that we fucking live in. And that's facts. So again, like, even in the queer community, there needs to be conversations about a healthier form of sex. Affirming sex. To treat your body as a temple, and to not let everybody in your damn temple, because some motherfuckers ain't even taking care of their temple. And all the expressions of what that temple looks like. So yes, you have to be aware, you have to be cognitive of that. I am with you on that, Lance. But this broad, generalized stroke that you're putting onto feminine gay men as a whole, as if they're trying to force it down your throat. You know you can change the channel, right? You know you have the power to turn your head, right? You know you have the power to check your phone. Everybody check their phone every time some shit come on. Check your damn phone when you feel uncomfortable. But to say that they're forcing it down your throats. Forcing it down your throat is literally coming to your house, dropping off a dress, and saying, okay, bitch, when I come back here tomorrow and you ain't in a motherfucking dress, I'm murdering you and your whole family. That's forcing it down your throat. Y'all have a problem when you see these people in public. And then you feel like you are compelled to say something. When these people aren't even fucking with you, but simply because they're queer and what you've been taught about queerness. In an ignorant way, you believe that you're doing a service for humanity. The gag of it all.
If you felt like you had power somewhere else, Hollywood couldn't turn you into something else. That thing is in you, but it's amplified by them. There's a point when Saucy Santana was a little boy.
Correct.
Is a point, and it gets to the argument, oh, I was born that way. No, listen.
Here we go.
And the only way I would entertain something like that is knowing that they will do things chemically to our food and on a spiritual level to catch us before we even born. I'm willing to entertain that thought.
So if these motherfuckers are that goddamn powerful, girl, they got all the X-Men powers, all the Marvel powers, girl, they got all the Infinity Stones and the glove, bitch. They got the motherfucking Black Widow captive, the Red Widow, whatever her damn name is, girl, Scarlet Red. They got all this shit captive. If they're able to do all that, then why even fight? Because everything that comes out of your mouth, even to this extreme, as far as the stuff they put in our food and all this other type of stuff, and you know the chemtrails in the sky, and it just makes everybody gay and all that type of shit. If that's the case, then why ain't everybody? Why ain't the people that I grew up with all gay? If it's in the food we eat, why ain't everybody out here busting each other in the ass? Or touching coochie lips? Why are we all doing this as a whole, if that's the case? And again, you will subscribe, willing to believe even shit you can't even fucking verify. Talking about shit before your ass coming to this world, girl. Y'all willing to believe all that shit, except, cause see, I would have a problem with y'all believing all of that if you were willing to believe that heterosexuality is natural as well. Queerness is natural as well. Because everything else that y'all try to prove, y'all cannot prove it. And if so, if you have some receipts, Lance, send somebody from your camp to send me some. If it's some shit on Rumble, because I know Rumble is more liberal. They have more lax as far as what you can upload. If there's some shit over there on the Rumble app that you know that can contribute to homosexuality, and there's a scientific way, send it to me. Because all I'm saying is that if I am the one that is wrong, if I am the one that is immoral, if I am the one that is indoctrinated, if I am the one that's this, then show me what the truth look like. And I'm talking about truth in a way to where even the gayness inside of me could not fucking deny it. The truth where every knee must bow and every tongue must confess. Bring it out if you have it. And what's going on, Ron? Shout out to you. The LGBT community and the Illuminati are connected, bitch. If that was the goddamn case, I'm not. If being openly gay means that you connected to the Illuminati and you against family and it's all these perks and benefits and shit, I haven't got no goddamn card, bitch. I ain't getting no goddamn Gays R Us card where I have a $500,000 limit on it every motherfucking year. I'm not getting discounts at stores and Best Buy and shit. I'm not getting discounts on Uber Eats. I'm not getting discount on ease.com when I feel like having my weed come to me. I don't get any sort of disc. Do y'all? For any queer people in the comments, do y'all? Is there a monthly Queers Are Us monthly that I'm not subscribed to? Is it like working for the government, girl? I get government discounts and shit. If that's the case, please tell me. Ron said he's still on the waiting list. Damn, I don't even know there's a waiting list. Send me the information so I can know about the waiting list. Is it like waiting for the EBT or the HUD housing, girl? Is it like that type of list? Deshaun said, I don't know. Please. And Lance, since you know so much about if you have a viewpoint in the spot, if you have a spot in my blind spot of queerness that can help me understand more about queerness, why don't you talk about it? But you haven't. Because there's no such thing. You are desperately fighting for this idea that you can't even manifest. Let's continue. Because, baby, if there's a discount program, let me know, baby. Because these bills, bitch.
But right now, more and more I'm willing to entertain that thought. But 99.9% of y'all, you going into that thing. And then trauma will cause you. Understood, right? But one thing I want to say about the enemy on all levels, right? That with CERN and the releasing of all of these entities out into the earth, and we have enough willing participants who want to get into the decadence more. And when you're into decadence and you have now a spiritual issue on top of that, which there's always an element of that where you're open, the spiritual portals are open to receive things. And if you're receiving just trauma and other examples of that same kind of decadence, you're going to get into it more. And like minds, stay with like minds, kindred spirits. There's a reason for that. So why is it that, you know, you kind of end up hanging out with what you are? Even back in the day when you had gay men who didn't act gay, they knew who each other were. You're like, how they all find each other? About 10, 15 deep, hanging out in the apartment with one of these dudes. What's up with that?
But here you go. They doing what you asked them to do. They're doing what you asked them to do. To go back into the closet, girl. To come out and cut the grass every once in a while, bitch, and wave at the kids and buy the kids some shit every once in a while, and go talk to the motherfuckers on the block every once in a while, and, you know, maybe come to the cookout or the motherfucking block party or something for a little bit, get you a plate. How you doing? Let me go back to the house. But y'all the ones looking out the window, and I can imagine the commentary that y'all had. Since we imagine it, since we using our imaginations, let me play along with y'all. I can imagine some of y'all saying, girl, look at them fags across the street, girl. They having a party, bitch. Look at them, girl. You knew who they were. And still you asking questions. Even when they not even doing the quote-unquote decadence, according to you, in y'all faces. Y'all still, see, again, there is an underlying fear of queerness. And the reason why queer people are speaking up now is because we understand that y'all are fearful of it, and we also understand what y'all will do because of y'all fear. We understand that at large, a lot of y'all will try to project violence onto us. Look at what's happening over in Uganda. With the anti-gay bill, and that bill was drafted in the early, 2007, like 2009 era. Or maybe 2012, but around that time. And now the bill is being considered and being passed over there. Ex-gay ministries and all this shit start popping up, and then all it took was one goddamn lie about a child being sexually abused that they couldn't even verify, and it set off a motherfucking fire to where the bill was drafted and considered to be put into place. And when you look at Uganda, you see the anti-queerness that has been there. There was an activist over there who literally was found murdered inside of a metal fucking cabinet. But don't nobody care, because that's one less fact, one less. Fuck that one less shit. And then have the nerve to feel some type of way when somebody becomes a hashtag and then wants to rally for them because, oh, it could be me. See, ignorance also contributes to mental illness. Gaslighting also contributes to mental illness. Narcissism also contributes to motherfucking mental illness. Okay? Because again, out of Lance's mouth at the beginning of this live, you listed what causes mental illness and how to combat mental illness. And everything that you're motherfucking saying about queer people is contributing to the mental illness, but not the resolution or absolvement or whatever, girl. Trying to rectify the situation of mental illness. You're not speaking on that. Well, let's continue to hear what Lance says out of his heterosexual privileged mouth, I guess because he can have sex with a woman and he's attracted to women, that he can bring in children, as if though I can't bring in kids into this world either. And my motherfucking sperm cells is stronger than his. I ain't shooting out dust yet. And that I plan on having children when that time comes. Because I got to make sure I'm prepared and I'm good for myself first. And make sure I'm good with my partner first, and that we're good with each other before we start bringing in other human beings who did not ask to be here. Okay?
The undercover lesbians. Look, we talk about down low brothers. We got a lot of down low lesbians. Look at the relationship that I was in when I was in my 20s with a girlfriend who I was head over heels with her intelligence, her looks, whatever. And after a while, a couple of weeks, she let me know after we met, I'm a carpet muncher. You know what I mean? I wasn't attached all the way there. No problem. We have a little fun. Lego set.
What?
Connect the dots until it
What?
got to be something that became an acquired taste for me, right? So all of these things can spread no matter what. Decadence is like that whirlpool that sucks you in. And if it doesn't find the same way that this other one, it's going to find something to grab you and become an addiction. I know that for a fact, right? So I can't throw off on anybody, but I can point it out because we all have our weaknesses. We all have our propensities for certain things. And hopefully by the time we get to a certain age, we can get over it. You know what I mean? But in the black church, there's a lot of church sisters, and I know this for the fact. They saved and sanctified, and a lot of them got their husbands. When they get together, oh, I'm going over Sister So-and-so's house. We're going to do a little baking of cakes and, talk about something. The sister's going to hang out. Them dress hems ain't around the knees no more. Them dress hems are up around their waistline. Somebody's on their knees and it ain't to pray.
Of course, because it's a part of religion, and religion is very oppressive. It oppresses the human side of you. And of course, if people wanted to naturally just come out and just say who they are as opposed to being quote unquote unnatural and living a false life, that again, their quality of life will be destroyed. So yes, of course, they're going to find ways, just like the queer people in your community when you were in the 60s and 70s who wasn't putting all that shit out there like you said, but they still connected with each other. Hell yeah, because they still got to live. You knew where all the freak holes was. Again, you know where the freak holes was. You probably said, or you're going to say in here, that you still got a stain on your soul from being a freak hole. So the freak hole is not fully gone, but it's majority gone. So again, when it comes to, and especially when it comes out of church, the two most taboo things in church, money and sex. And let's be real, we all want some. We all want some. We all want some. It becomes a problem when you're dishonest in those experiences. It is a problem when you're lying in those experiences. It's a problem when you're deceitful in those experiences. They're all the same thing. Just want to show you vernacular. Okay? Vocabulary. And no shade, since we don't fuck shit Friday, I'm gonna fuck shit then. I wanna fuck me a motherfucker from the church. Give me a nice slim thick bottom, baby, who love playing the tambourine and that ass clapping just like it. I don't go to church, so I'm not restricted to the laws of these people. I definitely want to see what Kojic ass is about. Ron says, and that's what scares me, because I would love to move to Africa, especially with the chaos that's going on here with social injustice, but I'm afraid to go there and be cautious with not being my gay self. And there are some areas in Africa where queerness is seen as a part of the community. Like, for example, where was that one place my sister went to? Where was that? Damn, it's a part somewhere in Africa. I'm trying to think of where it's at. It's on the tip of my damn tongue, but there's a gay actor there by the name of Lesizwe, and he got a whole mustache and shit, and he be wearing wigs and shit and all that type of shit. And he be in Africa, and they accept him as a part of the society over there. But I guess to Lance's point, or his side, the gay decadence of Hollywood is coming over here to Africa too. I mean, hey. So there are some area, and then there's also ancient tribal people that through the Western viewpoint or lens, we will see them as queer. So it's a lot going on. The church is saturated with money and sex, truth be told. Hell yeah, of course. Because for them, it's about, they don't understand that God sees all things. They just don't want humans to see it. As long as humans don't see it, then that's cool.
Trust me. Hey, baby, what were you eating when you were over there? Oh, we were cooking fish. It wasn't cooking no fish. You were eating fish. But it wasn't no fish that swims around in the sea. I'm hip to that. I saw my own two eyes. I've dealt with church ladies who were like that when I was younger, and they were robbing the cradle. When I was a young man with a nice body doing bodybuilding, and they 30, 40, 50 years old. I was a pass around for a lot of these freaks. I know, see, that's one thing. I know me some freaks.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I don't say anything because I got that mark on me still. They can see it in me. They try me all the time too. When you sold drugs, and I never sold drugs, I used this example before, and I'm going to say it again. When you sold drugs and you don't sell it no more, and you move to a different city, and you're settled and with your family and your kids, and you're upstanding and working a good job, I have your business, and you wouldn't dare do that again. But you're at the red light, and you see a dude walking across the street, and you look at him, you're like, you tell your wife, you see that guy over there? He's looking to cop some drugs. Honey, how do you know that? He's dressed so nice. He's got a nice watch on. Trust me, I know.
Because in the words of Andrew Caldwell, bitch, that vibe will never leave you, nor forsake you.
She might see him another time when she's driving by herself. Oh, you're right. I saw him shake hands for an extended period of time with the local drug dealer. See, I told you. There's layers to our existence. And when you know certain things, you know certain things. There may be layers that you don't know.
Yeah.
That you don't have experience with.
Correct.
When you get, just like, okay, look, you get a gay dude. You might know him. He might be in your family. He might be a neighbor. You don't have no reason to be mad at him. You just know he's gay.
Okay.
And ladies, you have that gay friend and he tells you, you see him over there, he gay. It's like, I know him all my life. I'm telling you, hands down, he ain't gay. Honey, believe me, I know. And 5-10 years later, you find out that this dude is really that way. And this gay, they in that thing. It's a spirit thing and a mental illness thing. This is their thing.
Wow.
It shouldn't be.
Wow.
Look at Saucy Santana. He was turned out and traumatized somehow. No excuse.
How you know that?
Spirits are on him. He's getting paid to be this way.
How you know that? How do you know he was turned out? How do you know this? Have you watched any interviews? And this is the picture he used of Saucy Santana on the screen. I'm just gonna show it for a few for a few. Have you watched any like, again, are you pulling any interviews to substantiate further what you believe? Because again, y'all believe that when people are queer, again, there are all these other type of outside circumstances and forces that is happening that can make people queer. If being gay was a phase, it would just be that, a phase. And again, with me growing up without this mass representation and lying about my sexuality, even though people were able to fucking see it, there was no resolution, there was no love, there was no affirmation. It was straight up death, destruction. So the fact that Saucy Santana is willing to walk in his truth, you don't even know his truth. You don't even know his truth. You going off what the fuck you've been told about these people. The same reason why white people go off the way they do, because they were told about these people and what the news says about these people and what, because you're talking about social media and all this type of stuff. Understand that it's a play on all of us. They want to create all these narratives about all of us so that we can go against each other. But then they don't want us to do what I would want to do, which is to sit down and actually talk and work through this shit so we can see people for who they really are. And it shows how desperate people are to hold on to their fear identity and not let it the fuck go so that we can actually benefit humanity. Y'all be gagging me. Again, everything is just negative and just bad and all this other type of shit. And here I am just putting in work, trying to bring context and nuance of the shit that is objectively true and is helpful and fruitful and life-giving for queer people. Maybe if you allowed people like CTV or myself or Rutgers Logic or all these other people on your platform, or you were able to use what is being said to you in spaces where queer people like myself are not at and actually build awareness and context, we can possibly start to help our queer brothers and sisters heal from quote-unquote the mental illness, or the way that I'm defining it and the way that Lance low-key defined it when he actually read the factual, not his opinion, but the facts of it, as far as what can we do as human beings to learn how to enhance the quality of life. And the only way you're going to do that is you got to get to know who the fuck in the goddamn community. Know for yourself. Study to show thyself approved. but then you feel some type of way when people come through and listen to your commentary about women for the first time, and they hear and say that you're hateful to women, and you say, oh, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. Why would they do that? Oh, because they're assuming. They haven't taken the time to actually listen to your commentary. They haven't taken the time to actually comprehend what you're saying and then verify what you're saying. They don't. They just hear one thing. And you're literally doing the same thing to queer people that you are upset at people doing to you. There has to be a change, and why not change with yourself?
But when you look at a man's balls and how he can impregnate a woman, and the man is straight, and the woman is straight, and they decide to build a family. Remember that white family back in the 70s on TV? The King family. Might have been like 500,000 of them. But when you trace back, you're like, yo, I traced this back to one womb and one set of balls. And they moved in unison. Didn't seem like anyone was a criminal or was some kind of decadent whatever. They're dancing and singing the King family. I don't know. If you're old enough, you'll remember that, right? So, and you're right, mixed genre. If it's on TV, it'll get normalized. Music industry is nothing now. It doesn't even have, would you say, Kenny Spears? It was Tuna Fish. See, that's why I'm not gonna look at the chat room. You're gonna throw me off because y'all are funny. I love looking at it after, and I'll look at it in a little while, right? But they're exploiting those who have mental illness. And this is why many in the entertainment industry have that depression, substance abuse, and all things along those lines. And I don't know if I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this real quick. The entertainment industry is known for its demanding nature and intense pressure, which can have a significant impact on the mental health of individuals working within it. While it's important to note that not everyone in the industry experiences mental illness, there have been numerous reports and studies highlighting the prevalence of mental health challenges in this field. Number one, stress and burnout.
Yep.
The entertainment industry often involves long working hours, tight deadlines, and high levels of competition.
Yeah.
This can lead to chronic stress and burnout, which may contribute to mental health problems such as anxiety, depression, and substance abuse. Number two, perfectionism and self-criticism. Many individuals in the entertainment industry face immense pressure to meet exceptionally high standards, both from themselves and from others. This relentless pursuit of perfection can lead to self-criticism, low self-esteem, and feelings of inadequacy, potentially resulting in conditions like eating disorders or body dysmorphia.
Correct.
Number three, rejection and uncertainty. The entertainment industry is notorious for its unpredictable nature, where individuals face frequent auditions, rejections, and job insecurity. This constant uncertainty can lead to feelings of anxiety, self-doubt, and depression. Number four, public scrutiny and cyberbullying. That's something that wasn't around years ago.
It is now,
Those in the public eye often face intense scrutiny from the media and the public. Social media platforms have made it easier for fans and critics to voice their opinions, sometimes leading to cyberbullying and online harassment.
Correct.
This constant exposure and criticism can negatively impact mental health, causing anxiety, depression, and other psychological issues. Isolation and loneliness. Despite the glamorous image associated with the entertainment industry, many individuals experience feelings of isolation and loneliness. Long periods away from family and friends, irregular schedules, and constant travel can make it challenging to maintain strong social connections, contributing to mental health problems. Number six, substance abuse and addiction. The entertainment industry has historically had higher rates of substance abuse and addiction. The pressures of the industry, coupled with easy access to drugs and alcohol, can lead to self-medication or the development of dependency issues. Last but not least, lack of mental health support.
Yeah.
In some cases, the entertainment industry may not prioritize mental health adequately. Access to mental health resources, such as therapy and counseling, may be limited, and there could be a stigma surrounding seeking help due to concerns about professional reputation and confidentiality. Recognizing the impact of these factors, some individuals and organizations within the entertainment industry have been advocating for improved mental health support.
Correct.
Destigmatizing of mental illness and the creation of healthier work environments. It is crucial for the industry as a whole to prioritize the well-being of its professionals and take proactive steps to address the unique challenges they face. But you see, we all know this. Maybe, some of us have maybe like overlooked certain things and say, these are not things that you never heard before. But to lump sum it into one little article like that, when you can see, it's not an easy thing to get into.
Exactly.
And when you're already crazy and cuckoo and twisted, it's going to twist you up even more. These people, and most of these people enter into this thing with mental health issues. Could you imagine, like they said,
a lot of these people entering into the entertainment industry coming from families that don't affirm them, families who sexually abused them, families who told them that they weren't nothing, friends and peers who teamed to pick on them and make fun of them and call them weird and all these things. Like, yeah, they come from fucked up environments of other motherfuckers who don't love themselves and therefore can't love them. So yes, when they finally go to Hollywood and entertainment and they're acknowledged in front of the world, you're a star, baby. You're a star. You're a fresh new face. But because a lot of people, again, to your point, are desperate for attention, because they are. They want to be validated. They want it to be somebody. That's why I always speak and encourage people and even apply in my own life self-love, because in order for you to truly, genuinely, authentically rise to what God's source universe has for you, and you can walk in your true purpose, you have to include yourself. So yes, again, with America being a capitalistic system, they found a way to also extort and benefit from other people's gifts. I have done research and have heard stories of motherfucking Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, these people getting into acting and being pressured. If you don't fucking move on, do what we say, we're going to find another person to replace you. We'll find the next Robin Williams. We'll find the next Jim Carrey. To where these individuals had to get so in depth into the character that they lost themselves in the character. Is that what you're saying, Lance? Now that I'm thinking of it, are you saying that queer people are just caught up in the idea or the character of being gay, that they've now fully have accepted that and need to be rectified? Are you saying that queer people have been playing this role? And is that what you're saying? And if so, could you verify that? Because again, the article, and I'm so glad you read it, he said I shouldn't have. I thank God you did, because once again, when you shut the hell up, people will tell on themselves. You can't make this shit up. You literally just sat here and listed all of the qualities that contribute to mental health. Not having healthy work environments, being on strict, tight deadlines, competition. There are shit on Snapchat now you can watch of behind the scenes where they have all these actors who have to wear all these skin-tight bodysuits and these damn heavy-ass helmets and makeup applications that take hours and hours to put on and hours to take off and to do all this stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of mental and emotional wear and thaw. But these people are then exploited, because if you are willing, it's like being on the slave plantation. If you desire, dare ask for better wages or a better quality of what you're going through, we'll just blackball you, bitch. You ain't got to worry about working at all, ho. Which is why I commend people like Monique, who said, you might blackball me from Hollywood, but you can't blackball me from my destiny, bitch. No shade. So maybe if we end up loving the people before they go into Hollywood. Maybe if we affirm the people before they go into Hollywood. Maybe if we give them community before they go into Hollywood. Maybe and there are people who go in Hollywood who do have all that, but then Hollywood will try to distance you from them to where you can't even connect to those who are supporting you and want to love on you and want to affirm you and to help build you back up, or to remind you how to establish alignment and to fill your own cup so you can get back to the overflow part. Ron says most families that enter their children into Hollywood do it for a bag. That's why most child actors divorce themselves from their manager mother. Ooh. So again, the plot thickens because there's so much context and nuance. And I get it. People want the basic work. People don't want to put in the work. And if you don't want to, girl, sit your ass down on the bench and move the fuck out the way for the people who want to put in the work. The fuck?
The constant auditions, the rejection, the easy access to substances, the cocaine, the liquor, the Molly, angel dust, methamphetamine, the parties, the socialite Hollywood parties that, you know, if you get invited, it's your duty to go there because you're going to meet producers. You're going to meet people that have the money. You get a connection. They pass you a card. Listen, I want to talk to you later on tonight. Maybe you can meet me by my place. You go over there all dressed up in S&M gear and a big dildo with spikes in it they're going to put in you. You know what I mean? You never know what you're getting into because they hold the control. And many of us will do things that we never thought that we'd do just to think that we're going to get a break. And then you don't get it. You get used. You get drug addicted. You're depressed.
Right.
You left from where you are in a stable lifestyle. You said, I'm going to pursue my dream, and I believe God's going to be behind me. The creator ain't going to lead you down this way to something so wicked. Look, for those we see in Hollywood who it's all glossed up and they have all of this talent and all of this different stuff, could you imagine how many people out here are just as worthy or not more for us to support and to see, who are really, really, really talented over and above what you see?
Understandable.
Who can handle the deadlines and handle those things. They live clean and they're not doing certain things, but because they're not doing certain things, they're not going to be accepted into the industry. You got to do something that you usually don't want to do. So imagine if a dude is already gay and they say, hey, you know, you got to go in there with the executives. There's 6 of them waiting for a blowjob. You got to hit them all off and you ain't spitting. Okay, if that puts me on top. No, that's not enough, even for the gay dude. You got to do something beyond what your limitations are. So after you take care of them.
What, eat some pussy? Fuck some clit or something? That seems like the other thing. You can do things we don't want to do. You can go in here, but the female, she wants you to eat that motherfucking cat. She wants you to snatch that cat back from the back. You ain't never had that for this role. Is that the thing? Now, if some shit like that happen to me, because I know that my gifts and talents are going to make way for me. But I ain't sucking no dick, nor am I eating no cat. The only motherfucker that I want to do shit to sexually is my nigga. Or my friends with benefit or whatever we got at the time. And again, everything that everything that Lance says about gay people, he creates these ideas and these hypotheticals in his head and try to make them all nasty and visceral and just disgusting, to be like, to just, I guess, to solidify his viewpoint, even though the facts don't support it, because everything that he just talked about talks about the bigger picture, and he too busy on this small ass little part of the picture. It's okay. BubzDaGawd is here. ButzDaGawd, according to, I've been labeled as ButzDaGawd. You goddamn, I am the god of all butts.
6 executives. We got a German shepherd up in there waiting for you. And you got to do the same thing until he ejaculates in your mouth. See, now, oh, hell no, I don't do no dogs. Well, you better start doing it because we're going to put you on. Look, go back to your little mediocre, nondescript life. And they start thinking, We're going to give you one chance. Here's our card. Call us back tomorrow or bust. And they'll do it. They'll do it. A lot of them will do it. Look at the Instagram models who put themselves out there. And we think they're just taking pictures. Instagram is the new or modern day hoe stroll. I don't call women hoes, but you know, back in the cities, small towns, big cities, whatever, and they said hoe stroll, HOESTROLL. You know, we take a stroll, we walk a little bit. Well, that's where the prostitutes walk. And you know, some dudes, they take the long way home after going to the grocery store for their wife and go down the whole stroll to see what's out there. Whole stroll. That's what they do on Instagram. Now, we really don't see as much prostitution on the street like we used to. Now, I go way back. Some people will say, well, I didn't never see it that much anyway. I remember pre-crack in Queens, New York. I'm always trying to drop facts for people who may see this later. Like, yo, you right about that, man. I remember that too.
Correct. Go ahead.
You had a street 1 block over from Sutphin Boulevard, about a mile away from where I lived, called it was Waltham or Waltham.
Not you knowing all the freak
depending
hole
on how
locations.
you pronounced it. And by Liberty,
not your ass on some Grand Theft Auto shit, girl. You unlocked all the goddamn whole stroll locations in this bitch. Cause remember, you said earlier in the live that you say you a saint, but you still got a little bit of sinner in you. So have you frequented any of these whole strolls in your younger pre-marriage bodybuilder days?
Avenue in Waltham, going down to South Road in Waltham, women were walking around. There were houses in those on that block, but late at night they were walking. And back in those days, you didn't have crackheads and crack whores. These women were very healthy looking. They had weight on them, right? But they did what they did. Now going all the way down from Waltham and South Road, going all the way down to South Road near the 40 projects by that trestle, I believe on 160th Street or 159th Street, that's where they were at night. You go by Jamaica Avenue and 161st Street and walk up 161st Street past 89th Avenue. 89th Avenue is where I was beat by those 11 cops. I should know. You had prostitutes there. Now in Manhattan, back in the 70s and 80s, probably coming up near the 90s, it diminished. Anything from 42nd Street and 8th Avenue over to the west side, forget it. Going up to probably 51st or 50th Street and 8th Avenue, down to 14th Street, and going to the west side. So you had 9th Avenue, 10th Avenue, 11th Avenue, 12th Avenue, all them intersections from the 50s down to 14th. But when you got down to 14th, or really like around 17th, 18th, 16th Street, 15th, look, I done been around. I'm telling you what I know. This is historic. You ain't never gonna hear this nowhere else, unless somebody knew. On 14th Street, those 4 blocks, they weren't women. They were trannies. They were trannies. I don't think we had any transsexuals where they cut the organ off, but they were dudes out there. And they messed around with the hormones and the silicone shots. And people knew. So if you saw dudes down there, they can play, oh man, I didn't know. It was a...
So it's funny how, because again, y'all knew about gay people before. Like, again, like the way y'all be speaking about queer people now is if though it's this massive gay panic when y'all knew who they were back in the day. And even look at the quality of life that they had to live. They had to live quietly. They had to live stealthily. They had to motherfucking resort to sex work because that was the only way that people were going to pay them and so would appreciate them, because they weren't going to appreciate them in the daytime, in the light. Because in the light, girl, according to y'all perspectives, this a nigga in a wig. So even when gay people, queer people was the way that you remember them to be, which was more tolerable and palatable for you, y'all still knew who they were. Y'all still had a negative viewpoint about them. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. if I'm going to be damned either way, I might as well get my piece of the damn slice of the pie. If that's gonna be the case, shit, I only got one life to live. You think I'm going to live my life back in the closet because you struggling to understand? And because you're not willing to do your work, I should be obligated to go back because you're uncomfortable? When God, source, universe allow for my motherfucking ass to be on this bitch for almost 32 years now, next month, God willing.
Dude that I know from the neighborhood, we all busted him down there because we were taking these girls on a tour. Because I would have my van in later years, in the 90s, and drive people around, family, friends. Yo, Lance, man, you know, I was telling my boy, man, how you drive people around. You know, we'll slip you a few bucks. And a couple of my friend's sisters wanted to go safely. We want to see what you see because we don't have the nerve to go out there by ourselves. So I said, okay, what kind of tour does your family want? Or somebody who half knew me, what kind of tour of New York City do you want? Oh, we're going with church people. We just want, you know, we don't want that nighttime stuff. We don't want to see anything bad. Okay, I got you. We saw the nice things. But if you wanted to see the real deal, it was like Jungle Habitat. I don't know if you remember Jungle Habitat. What was that in Jersey, right? Where they had these kind of manufactured safaris and lions and different things, but you had to stay in your car. If your car broke down, they'd have some people that drove up and they were equipped to deal with the wild animals. I think those animals too were shot up a little bit and sedated, you know what I mean? And well fed. But this is what it was like. And so we zigzagged these streets and they could not believe, even some people who lived in New York City who worked on those streets in the corporate level in Manhattan in the day, they did not know what was going on in those streets at nighttime. We're driving in the van higher up and you're looking down in the car driving past, watching that girl go up and down, watch her head go up and down, going into town. I told you at the time that we were in Manhattan hanging out and we saw a mailman right there on, it was 8th Avenue, I think, right across from Madison Square Garden. I won't say it's the world's biggest post office. I heard it was, but it was like from 33rd, 34th, from 8th to 9th Avenue. Huge. That was the main one before things got divvied out to the Bronx, Staten Island, Queens, and Brooklyn, and the other parts of Manhattan. And so we got the car, we were walking around. And so we walking down the street, and right there at the post office, the dude had the postal outfit on, federal job, getting paid good money. He was leaning on the back of a truck. The truck was open. A lot of trucks were around there that cast shadows and made little nooks and crannies. But that was the street where the hookers were out. Homeboy was laying back, not laying back, standing up, but leaning on, I'll never forget it, the truck with his arms crossed, and he saw us coming and he wouldn't even move. He was smiling and laughing. And when we got close enough, we saw how one foot was up on the curb and the other one was just down on the street, like right there in the gutter. And homegirl was on and he's going to town. And he's looking at us like, hey, like I'm the man. Now we walked around a little bit, you know, we being nosy, we young, we teenagers and stuff.
So not... Okay, so since y'all teenagers and y'all young and shit, and y'all not adults, but y'all still somewhat impressionable as teenagers, you know what I mean? You 16, so you drive, you know, you still a teenager, you still ain't grown, you 18, you know, you don't know everything, all that stuff. Is that where you got your freak hoe nature from, seeing all this? I'm just asking the question because if the argument you're making is that being upfront with it and seeing all this shit is so powerful that it can literally transfer its energy onto you, and then you started doing freak hoe shit, then your story will be more credible. Your experience will be more credible to where it'll be like, oh, okay, now I can understand where your position comes from. Because right now, it just gives fear-based illusion. But the more that you reveal things about yourself, the more I'm able to be like, oh, okay, now I can understand where this comes from. Because again, in order to really, truly, genuinely know, you have to ask questions. And you have to be prepared for the answers, and then comprehend the answers, and then expound on the answers. Even if you don't understand, ask them to expound, to break it down for you so that you can understand. But you also have to be willing to be open to understand as well. So now y'all done got out the goddamn car and shit. And y'all walking around now you doing the one thing that you shouldn't do in the goddamn jumbo habitat safari or whatever it's called, to get out of your vehicle. So are you saying that spiritually you was attacked by one of these goddamn freak lions or something? And you was walking around in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the bald one sleeps tonight, a wing away girl?
We never did nothing bad or did nothing out there like that, but we wanted to see. There's the older fellows that I hung out with, they had the car, and I didn't have a car and I wasn't driving. I still went out to the city on different levels. That's why I have so much damn stories. I got stories galore before the age of 16.
Wow.
So I'm 60 now, what you think?
Wow.
Now we swung around on the way back to get...
We want to hear those stories. We want to hear those stories, because no shade, I respect my elders, and God willing, if my ass lives to be as long as Lance it does, I would hope that I would still be able to bridge the gap with the youth as far as telling my stories as well. Because I think this is the one thing that would help, at least for me, to establish Lance Scurv a little bit more in reference to why he believes what he believes about queer people. Generally. By him unlocking human experiences and sharing them with his platform, it even helps me, because let me tell you something. I'm not no hating ass nigga. If I was a hating ass nigga and I was really hating on Lance, like the way hate is really used, I would be under every video. I would be trolling. I would be creating all fake type of accounts. I would be coming over there trying to P-bomb him. I would be going over to his damn private website. I would be over there causing disruptions. When he over there doing the prayer line, I would have called up and put on some gay porn of niggas claps chicken. I mean, fucking getting their cheeks clapped. Oh, fuck. I would do all that if I was a troll, if I really hated. But I don't hate. It's just the fact that when you're speaking about blackness and we're forgetting about the intersections of queerness when it comes to blackness, I'm going to speak my mind, especially about my own motherfucking experience. And if all this other demon shit that you're saying about me is true, prove it, nigga, in my own life. Let's play this game real quick and then we'll get back to it. I grew up, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, I grew up with my mother and father in my life. No shade to those who didn't, but I'm speaking about my experience. I still had to go through shit and learn shit and transcend shit. It didn't make me special. My parents, you talking about the reason why my ass is so motherfucking corny when it comes to love. My parents to this day are the couple that was dress up. The same color and shit. They got on red, got on blue. Oh, I got to match with my dad right now. What you wearing, babe? I got to match with you. Now, I want to be on that type of shit one day. I grew up with them holding hands, kiss and slow dance. There was a few times where, God forbid, I wish I could get rid of that memory of hearing them sometimes. I'm like, no, Lord, no, God, no. No, girl, no. And again, I grew up in the 90s. There wasn't no Saucy Santana on TV. There was no Lil Nas X on TV. And I still had crushes on other boys growing up. I said one of my first crush was the Blue Power Ranger for one of the Power Ranger series. His name was Justin. So I have all these things. Prove to me where it is. Oh, now it's spiritual. Now your mama must have fucked around with a down low nigga and she allowed him into her womb and shit and his gay dick energy jumped off into her womb onto you. Or your mom was a hoe back in the day and this how the universe getting her ass back. Just all type of bullshit. Like, bitch, prove it, hoe. Prove it. Because even with the nature and the universe and God and source and Jesus, they produce results. That's how you knew it was motherfucking God. That's how you knew it was motherfucking source. That's how you knew it was motherfucking universe. That's how you know it was motherfucking nature. Not motherfucking. You knew it was them. And I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, RuPaul or not. I didn't really fuck with RuPaul because I ain't gonna hold you. It took me a minute to be comfortable around drag queens because when I was younger, baby, when I looked at drag queens, they reminded me of old ancient Chinese vampires and shit. Be scaring me. Because the makeup was so exaggerated. Like, bitch, I don't want to be around that, you goddamn vampire looking ass bitch. Hell no. Imagine Jasmine Masters coming out in front of you in the darkness with her face made up. I'd be like, what in the Jar Jar Binks shit is this? So I ain't want nothing to do with RuPaul. And at that point in time, baby, I was damn RuPaul in my real life as far as my feminine energy, and I was too busy trying to dodge these ass whoopers and shit motherfuckers was trying to do. And do things in erotic ways, too. Because you know what's so crazy? A few of my bullies did, like, queer shit around me. Like, I remember it was this one boy, his name started with an R. He was the one that really bullied me the most, but he also spent time with me and the girls and stuff like that. And he did queer shit. He would show me, he had a jock strap on. He would show me his ass and dick and shit. What? But you whooping my ass and fighting me. And I didn't even say I was gay. But again, like Andrew Caldwell said, and I guess what Lance said, that vibe will never leave you, nor forsake you. The one boy C, who I ended up whooping his ass the one time, who was my best friend the next day, his ass is gay. So again, it goes to the point also where a lot of queer people have been saying, even my friend Eris said, and even people have said for a long time, a lot of heterosexual men who are so focused on queer men, and I think CTV said this by the way of IG. A lot of black cis men, they're sexually attracted to women, but they are same gender loving. Because y'all, especially the ones who are so against it, are the ones that be struggling with it themselves, ain't it? Let's look at Eddie Longstroke. Okay? Him. So it's just very funny to me. But anyway, I hope that Lance continues to share more of his personal experiences because at least it will help me to understand his position. And that's one thing that I want to do. Again, I'm about the gray area. I'm about finding a common ground. I'm about finding reconciliation. I'm about community. The way I'm looking at this shit is like this is a motherfucking big ass motherfucking town hall meeting that's gonna have to go on for a few days. We're gonna have to come back and do a part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if my ass is gonna be doing this shit, I'm gonna be passing out blunts on the way. And it's not laced blunts either. Cause I respect mother marijuana, bitch. I don't want that shit on my head. Come take, that's why I say when it come to my shit, make sure you smoking something. Make sure your ass sipping on something. Back in his day, Flip Wilson dressed in drag is wow. Unfortunately, Flip Wilson wasn't viewed as a drag performer. He was a comedian that created a female character like Martin Lawrence and Jamie Foxx. But Lance just brought up Wanda, Jamie Foxx, and I brought up, but again, I think when it comes down to a lot of cis hetero men, because cis hetero men do a lot of what can be considered queer shit too. We have the evidence, we have the videos, we have all them doing what can be considered gay shit. But see, when you look at individuals like Martin Lawrence and Jamie Foxx, first of all, those are some ugly ass women. Those is some ugly ass women. So wasn't nobody trying to fuck that either. No shade. I'm just saying the way I'm just speaking it in human term. But because Martin Lawrence and Jamie Foxx were impersonating them and it was a caricature, it was something to be made fun of or to laugh at their expense. Because even looking with Wanda could never find a man because she was so damn ugly. Look at goddamn Shanae. Shanae was always in some shit, even though she had her bump and curl shit. She still ain't had no man except for that one guy, short guy. it was straight men that introduced us to Tu Wong Fu. And yet, we don't bring up goddamn Wesley Snipes being gay. He over here played Blade and all this shit. Patrick Swayze, women still swooning at this motherfucking nigga. May he rest in power. And then the little Mexican guy, Cheat Sheet, his ass still doing all type of goddamn shit. And I remember I auditioned for a film here that they were shooting in Detroit, where the nigga who played Debo was gonna be this goddamn mass murderer, and a church was goddamn giving this out. I'm like, girl, a church is holding this audition? The fuck? It's some nigga shit. And I had the ability, I had the the honor to audition in front of him. But their career still went on. Like, it's all this bullshit, girl. Right around, I think Lance Point was about how it's this generation. I'm like, it ain't nothing new. And then on top of that, I think, and even for us, as we get older, and if we are blessed to be able to live a longer life, a lot of us might feel like, the one thing about youth that I think people are infatuated with or obsessed with is because, oh yes, and also rest in power to Debo too, is the fact that when it comes down to youth, it's life, it's joy, it's peace, it's your prime. And a lot of us spent a lot of time on bullshit to where we allowed our prime to pass us by. I was one of them. Again, I spent the majority of my 20s looking for relationships, looking for someone outside of me to complete me, to where I've allowed people to do things to me that could have destroyed me. And there's people that I know now, I haven't talked to them in a long time, but there are people who are older than me, who in their damn 40s and 50s, who are still stuck in the same energy and frequency and thought process that I was during my ego death when I was 28. But it was love that had to get me through that. Because I had to learn to love me in a world that didn't affirm me. That's the one thing in this life that all of us human beings are going to have to deal with. That's what keeps us humble. That's what gives us humility. And that is what keeps us equal. Is that at the end of the day, no matter what title you have, no matter how much money you have, I'm literally reverberating or echoing the first chapter of the 7 spiritual laws of success, which I think I'm going to read the second chapter tonight because I'm just in that spirit. That despite all these titles and things, if you don't have love for the self, you will lose. And that's the illusion of Hollywood. That's why they call it the American dream. They don't want your dream to actually manifest. And if so, they want to be able to control it, as opposed to allowing you to manifest your own goddamn dream. So the fact that Saucy Santana's up there and still living his best life, even though he might be used, he's still living his authentic life. The fact that he is an icon, and the fact that he is able, and he's one of the ones to do it first. Just like when black people were trying to get on television and get on the radio, on white stations, on stations that broadcast to the masses. I mean, black people utilized every motherfucking outlet of media they could. They utilized slave journals. They utilized the radio. They utilized television. Now they're utilizing the internet. There are oppressed groups of people choosing again to self-actualize in this time. And instead of doing your research to understand them, but I get it. And to Spicy's point, there are some people who get in their age and their time where they're stuck in their ways, and that's fine. You can do that. But as long as you stuck in your ways, spreading misinformation, I'm going to be stuck in my ways, critiquing the information and giving it context and nuance. The one thing that you are lacking to do when it comes to the topic of queerness.
Back to the car, we saw a homeboy with another hooker doing the same thing. And he's laughing, and he waved at us. He gave us, the high five from the air. You know what I mean? I was like, man, if he gets caught in uniform right there, He's toast. I couldn't believe it. See? And just like you said, Jaguar, yeah. She told a lot of things. In New York and different major cities, you see a lot of things. Not that you don't see them in smaller cities. See, now everything's out. Everything's out. But to get back to the original thing, the internet and social media has made it easy. The Tinder app, the different apps for specific things. Dudes don't have to go out and cruise in a bar to find another man to play around with. You can sit down from the comfort of your own home and create whatever profile you want and put it out there to the world what you're into. And find somebody without, because remember, like I said this on other shows before. Imagine, let's just go back to the 1700s. Not the 1700s when we're in slavery. Let's just remove slavery from that, right? I'm not trying to ignore slavery, right? I'm just saying, because of lack of technology, let's go back that far. If a man who was married was attracted to a woman who was married or not, small town, how can he say this to her? She was in the same church. She was in the same neighborhood. How can he convey this to her safely and actually get with her? Now, maybe this can happen in a 2 or 3 day period if he got a number and they're texting back and forth with each other. If he's slick with the words, he can get what he wants.
Wow.
But this might take 7, 8, 9, 10 years to safely face-to-face convey that I want to stick my penis in you, but I'm married. You see what I mean? Now, technology makes it all easy. You can be faceless. You can put stuff out there and thousands of people see it, and you take your time through the profiles. And just like they have YouTube shorts, Instagram reels and shorts, the TikTok shorts, it is conditioned on minds that have more of a short attention span. So those of us who are older, don't have to be old, but we're over the hump of that social media influence on us. It don't get us like that. But the youngsters now, what about them? They get so used to looking at something, looking at a profile. Oh, I like her. No, her butt ain't big enough. Oh, look at them lips she got. I know what she can do. You get with somebody not based on the fact that you're really, really, really interested in them. And just like we spoke about compatibility last night and getting into relationships and jumping into things too fast, what do you think social media these days facilitate? They're against everything also. If you had, it's as good as the people using it. See?
Right.
So even Mrs. Scurv, she was saying, now that we're going to be live streaming and doing more stuff, you got to set up my social media for me. I said, I'll run it for you. No problem. But there will be dudes trying to say something slick out the mouth and whatever. That ain't going to happen because I'm running it.
Right.
We got to protect our people.
Correct.
I'm like the guy who works in the sewer. I'm used to the sewer. I'm used to the rats. I'm used to the shit pieces and chunks floating past me. I'm gritty like that. Although when stripped of the grittiness, I'm still an upstanding young man who will make you proud. Right? You can invite me anywhere and I'll do you proud. But if you want to get gritty, it don't get no more gritty than me, because there's nothing that my eyeballs haven't seen. And there's pretty much that I haven't done. But I don't do men. I don't do drugs. I don't do violence on women. I don't do messing around with no kids. There's a couple other things there, but those are the major things. But I've seen just about everything with my eyeballs.
And guess what? You still haven't seen everything. Because again, you just said that you over the social media heel. So again, there are still some things that you can learn. We're not saying that you don't have anything to offer, that you're not beneficial, because again, I can still honor the fact that you have a leadership energy in you and that you genuinely do care about the black community and black advancement. And I am the same way, but I am also a black queer person in the community. And when you give your commentary inadvertently affects me and people like me. So that when we do show up to the conversation, when we do show up to the table as who we genuinely are, and it's contrary to what you believe or want to believe about us, you don't even give us the opportunity to accept us of who we are, because in your mind, there's something wrong with you guys. Like, I just can't put my finger on it, but there's just something. Face your fears and see. Santana faced his fear. Because let's really talk about Santana. Santana ass got shot at one time and could have lost his life. That's why I played that song in the beginning where he said, y'all hoes can't kill me, because it was like that was a pitiful attempt on his life. And he had one line in the song that I did like, and I was going to put on the screen, but I was like, no. The line goes, it always be that one lame nigga who had to go ahead and pull the trigger. There's always going to be somebody who's going to be pressed about who he is. What happened is that he went to a strip club. He frequents the strip clubs a lot as a gay man because he also understands that the women there looking for the money. And at least when Santana goes into the strip club, at least the goddamn strippers can be like, okay, I can take a break because now I don't have to worry about being objectified by these dirty ass niggas. And now I can actually go have fun with somebody who ain't really trying to fuck me. And he paying me more than these niggas could. But see, what happened is that when Santana started to tap in, because at that point in time, them girls wasn't working, those was his friends, and the fact that all the bitches wanted to go to Santana's section now. So that means all the ass clapping and shaking and jiggling that these other niggas have, oh, they can't get it now. Because contrary to what you believe or want to believe, the gays always have the women around them, baby. The baddest of the women that y'all want, the gays got them around because, again, there is an energy that's been there since the beginning of time. I think Deshaun brought it up, or maybe it was Ron, as far as eunuchs. Queer people being entrusted around women to protect them. To where there were kings historically that made sure that their harem of hoes had an overseer, which was an individual who was not going to fuck up the product and get high on the king's supply. But they felt jealous and felt some type of way about it. So the management got on Santana, the security got on Santana, and Santana started talking his big dog shit because, I mean, you in the strip club with a bunch of niggas who are basically having a dick measuring contest to see who's the most boss nigga in here. And come to find out, here come this homosexual with this goddamn outfit on and this beard and these long ass motherfucking bonquisha ass nails. And got all the women on him. And he started getting bagged. Now, the one thing about Santana, which is like, girl, when you start talking shit, again, these homophobic niggas will try to hurt your ass. So I wish that he would have had a piece of heat of him or something on him. But as he was leaving the club, baby, them niggas shot at Santana. And I think Santana got grazed. And look at him now. Do I agree with everything that Santana raps about and talks about? No, I don't. But I don't judge him as a human being or a person. And I do commentary in reference to this whole response because all that Saucy Santana doing is just exemplifying the feminine aspect of how a lot of these women are tired of these niggas acting like trash to them. And lying to them and using them and abusing them and actually grow the fuck up. So now that they're playing these games, these women just decided to go ahead and respond to the trauma of these niggas, which is, if you're gonna fuck me just so you can relieve stress and pressure and I gotta deal with your shit, I'm gonna get a bag out of this. I'm gonna get something out of this, damn it. So again, this shit is deeper. But because he don't really fuck with social media like that, he's not willing to educate himself, I guess I'm going to have to stand as a conduit to help educate. Just like how his ass was driving people around New York who was like, oh, I don't want to go this way. Okay, well, let me ask you, sir, where in queerness do you want to go? I'll drive you around. You ain't got to get out the car this time. I know you're not going to get out the car. I'm going to have the doors locked. Let's go to the homosexual safari so you can be educated. You can stay in your car. You can see all this shit. You want to do that? Do you want me to take you down the nice route, the Christian Jesus route of that? Or do you want to go down, like you said, the real raw deal part of it? Whatever you want to do, sir.
And in seeing those things, I've had to prevent certain things from happening on my watch. Sometimes I've done some things that I can't repeat, but I'm not going to face my creator, face my God, face my most high, face my God force and say, hey, why did you watch that happen around you? Even if it costs your life, That's why I think I'm protected, because a few times that I had to do things that others would have ran away from or whipped out a cell phone, even before cell phones were around. But that type of cowardly spirit, I think that's why I've been protected so long and preserved. You know what I mean? But yes, I will say, don't know the actual percentage. Like I always say, it could be 51%. It could be 99%. But I will say the majority of black people in America suffer from some kind of mental illness. It may not be you. It may be that percentage that's not.
Now that I will agree with, there is a level of mental illness that is going on in the black community, and I will say at large. Because now black people are starting to implode within themselves. Black people are willing to fight against themselves. Black people are willing to strengthen the narrative and the energy and the frequency of the crab in the barrel mentality. There is still stuff that has been done to black people physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, to black people that has not been rectified, that has not been remedied, that has not been healed. What's going on, Miss English? That has not been corrected, that has not been rectified. But it's the spirit and the will of black people that is fading. But we also see other intersections of blackness still choosing to rise in the midst of all of this. What's going on, Jessica Newman? Queer people have been holding up the black community, black women, especially black women. Can we give a round of applause to black women who, when these niggas was out here doing what the fuck they was doing because they didn't know how to tap into their divine masculinity and heal themselves, black women had no choice but to tap and be balanced. So there is a level of awareness that we need to have as groups of people, especially if we're going to build community. Because if we just do it the way we've been doing it, like Land's been doing it, like Black Men Unfiltered been doing it, like a lot of these Hotep niggas been doing it, it will lead us further into the fucking ground. We as black people have to do something different. And guess what? In order to get that answer, you're going to have to include the queer people. Sorry, not sorry, baby. We still black. And when we're inserted into the conversation, it's not just to benefit just heterosexual people. It's to benefit all the intersections of blackness, regardless of the sexual orientation. Especially if it's not hurting you or hurting other people. All right, y'all, let's continue.
But we feel the heat of it in our families. We feel the heat of it in our communities. How we are attacked and run down by the police officers, and the tensions that we have to feel on that alone. To go to jobs where there's so much racism, but they're smiling in your face, acting like it doesn't exist. The crazy Karens out of control. The crazy Brads out of control. Your own people who hate on you. You go to a church every daggone week and you're going to worship next to haters. And what are you worshiping? A white Jesus, pretty much. Color don't matter. Well, if color mattered, you know, why don't they present them a different way? It was used to control you in slavery. Now, we all have our spiritual systems and different things, but why don't we get down to the nitty gritty and core of it all, whatever it may be, as far as the tenets and attributes of one who is trying to improve themselves and treat each other better. You're praising the Lord and you're hating your neighbor. And they always make you say, you know, that's the first time you see the person standing next to you sometime in church. Go to your neighbor and say it's going to be all right and shake their hand and give them a hug. And you turn around and like, oh man, I didn't know they were sitting next to me, because you didn't look at them. Weird. We have become weird. And we are so separated, and we got so much mental illness, and we smear it over when the white man wants to give us a few dollars, and it's okay. Mark my words, it's going to take about 10 years, but somebody's going to get on social media, might be 5 years, eating some dog shit with a fork and putting ketchup on it, all on a dare.
Oh, you too late for that. Y'all don't remember 2 Girls, 1 Cup? Y'all don't remember goddamn 1 priest, 1 nun? Y'all don't remember 1 man, 1 jar? Yeah, that shit has already happened, unfortunately. So again, there's nothing new under the sun, and I don't want to see it. That's not my stilo. That's not what I do, you know? But I guess what you mean as far as what people will do to be affirmed, what people will do to be included, what people will do to be accepted, is that they would compromise themselves in order to be accepted by people who don't even know who they is and don't really give a fuck about who they is. They just care about the fact that you acting like us, but don't really know you. And that's why I'm talking about self-love, because unfortunately, because this world is and how we're operating, unfortunately, there is going to be a divide, and it's so sad. But it's going to seem like it's going to be a divide between insecure people and people who are secure in themselves. And I don't think we're all ready for what answer or judgment that Mother Nature going to give all of us. Because we think that because we operate in some way that we are exempt or covered from all this stuff. We are a fucking human being like everybody the goddamn else. If it's one thing that's going to happen to all of us, is that we're all going to die. When you don't die and you live forever, ever, ever in the physical body you in now, okay then guess what? Then you own some shit. But we are human beings. So if we're talking about operating in this way, then why are we so afraid to drop the link? Why are we so afraid to have the conversation? Even if it gets heated, because it will. It will definitely get heated. There's no way we're going to have these conversations in a calm, civil way, baby. But we have to go through the fire, to the window, to the walls, to the swept drop downs, all of our balls. Okay? To get to the truth of this, if this is what we're really trying to do here.
We do the things that we need to do to get attention so bad because we're so damaged. We want validation and attention and applause so bad, we'll do damn near anything. The name attention whore has gone to a higher level now. Like this one here right in front of us. A chubby dude who should be with a woman.
Wow.
Don't tell me what I should be with. No, you shouldn't be with a woman in this state that you're in. But you were not made to be up there with some long ass fingernails, that little outfit he got with the thumb out and the rest of the fingers separate, and you got nerve to wear a beard.
What, girl, I'm gonna let it go. Girl, y'all allowing articles of clothes to. We are this insecure. You talking about mental illness? Y'all sitting here criticizing the motherfucker down to their nails and shit. This says a lot about you. This says a lot about where you are in your damn life when you gotta sit up here and critique a motherfucker down to their fingernails. Again, how is Saucy Santana's expression in his life, in society, how is that even affecting you? And you don't even keep up with social media. You don't even keep up with this shit. You just said that there's a certain part where all this stuff don't really affect. You don't let it bother me. Here you are talking about it though. Oh, the youngsters. There are young gay men who are like Saucy Santana. And instead of demonizing them, maybe you should love them and allow love to do whatever love's going to do. Because it's still your fucking child. But again, the ignorant perspectives and viewpoints that is strengthened, unfucking fortunately, look what it produces. But that's okay. Because there are queer people who lived through their trauma, who have ascended their trauma, and that can see a lot clearly. I may be 5'2", but I got a good ladder this time. I upgraded my ladder. It's heavy duty. Even the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian and all of them and Rey Mysterio and all the motherfuckers can jump from it without falling or fucking up. Very good ladder. Home Depot, Lowe's, sponsor me. One day. But now that we see clearly now, we're going to call out the bullshit. And Lance is talking a lot of bullshit. about queer people, generally. Now, if you talk about individuals and shit and you can prove what they got going on, okay, that's different. But you're making a broad, generalized statement. All I can say is love yourself, girl, because the answers ain't gonna be all the way outside you all the time. Some of the answers are gonna be inside you, but it's inside the universal will, which is humanity. If we can sit up here and talk about, oh well, you know, I mean, it's a human rights thing for real, and we can have those moments of clarity. Okay, then let's work to get to that moment. But it's not going to be in the way that you think it is completely. But that's okay. Bring what you can bring what you believe is beneficial, and also allow yourself to have capacity to respect and be respected, because I also feel like that's possible too. Because like I said, I don't have any hatred towards Lance or whatever the case may be. I'm critiquing the thought pattern and process and viewpoint and perspective. And again, because I take my sweet ass time, because I sit here and study to show myself approved, I've been able to establish somewhat of a credible timeline in reference to years ago to now, where that same queer-phobic rhetoric and energy and vibration has manifested. Because if it's one thing that's going on universally, is that, especially in America, is that a lot of us are fear-based. And just like love is powerful, so is fear. And we are operating in a very fear-based frequency. We have to be cognitive of that. That's the reason why you have queer people who put work in and day out. There are so many that's doing far greater works than me. I'm on my way, but they're doing far greater works than me. I'm just paying my dues right now. Who are here to literally help alleviate, to dissipate, to dilute the fear that you have surrounding queer people. And when you invite them on or give them the opportunity to, you don't want the full truth, because there's a part of you that still honors that false ideology that we're calling out. It involves you too. And instead of people saying, you know what, you right, you know what, I'm dealing with my ego, you know what, I did say homophobic shit, instead of being able to stand, quote unquote, like a man with your cojones and stand in truth. Because when you are aligned with your energy, with the masculine, divine masculine and feminine, you'll be able to deal with the emotional aspect of it, as opposed to trying to find a way to fuck the emotion out. You can handle it yourself. And the fact that there are individuals, like I said, on this platform, I give honor where honor is due. From the Black Men Unfiltered, Mandrell, and Dr. Bennett, or Mr. Bennett, those were, and the other doctor that was there, and I forgot the light-skinned dude, I forgot his name. Those were the only heterosexual men, cisgendered men, black men, who were willing to be objective, to understand where these people are coming from. And when they did that, to actually build community, to actually build camaraderie, to actually manifest the thing that a lot of these niggas out here want to manifest, can't do, girl, what did they do to these people? They literally ostracized them, talked about them, literally made some of them do these lives to well, if you're going to do a live, at least support what we say. But we already support what we say on this platform. The fuck? We now have something to give us context and nuance. Why don't we find a way, since we already know what we feel and we're getting this new information, to actually sit down with the information, okay, properly analyze the information, okay? All this shit is I'll say this. All this you can learn to do. This is the information age, and I think Lance said it. The information or the internet is only as good as the person. Again, this is a neutral medium. This is a neutral path into the universe. It's about your intention with it. If they actually sat down with the intention, challenged themselves, okay, am I doing this? Am I doing that? Okay, well, but see, the gag is this, and this is why we call them motherfuckers out. People don't have no problem understanding this shit in private. Motherfuckers have no issue understanding this stuff when we're talking about this on the back end. And when we're on the phone and we're in the back end and the red light is off and we're speaking amongst ourselves, your real truth comes out. But again, even if you affirm queer people, you're called queer just like them. The same thing with white people who stood up in the face of racism. They're literally having their white card revoked. It's like the unspoken rule. How dare you discriminate against the one thing that's been blessing you, your whiteness? It's the exact same energy. Expression is different and unique, but the underlying energy, the underlying theme is the same. And I think anybody at any age, if they put in the motherfucking work, will be able to see this. I mean, God just don't stop when your ass turn 50, 60. If anything, there are more evolved ways of life and thinking. And there was a point in time when your parents didn't understand your ass. There was a point in time when y'all motherfuckers was walking around talking about jive turkey and show your right and making all type of blaxploitation films and shit to agitate the white man or to stand up for yourself. Girl, y'all not gonna like my show Leprechaun ass today, but that's probably why I let the universe take me from my dream height of 5'8" to God or 5'9" to 5'2". I compromised my height for the truth in this bitch, so I'm definitely gonna speak my shit.
And we know what you are. And like you said in that video, you ain't got to pay for no man. You got such a swag and you got such a charisma, whatever the words he said exactly. And who are these dudes running him down? Check it. There's dudes looking at him, sisters. So, but damn, I got to get with him. Now, you know, maybe the women don't know.
There are other gay men who are masculine who embrace feminine energy from men. I'm one of them. I'm attracted to men that exude feminine energy. I just do. Now again, I'm open to see what bro energy is like the masculine energy, but that's why. And there are, see, it's the factor of why would you want them? Why would a fellow want a girl like her, a girl who's merely lovely? Why can a fellow just ever once prefer a beautiful girl like me? What's the matter with the man? And now he bringing the sisters in. Sisters, you should be glad that there is a man that's telling your ass the truth so you ain't got to worry about hooking up with a nigga that don't really want to be with you. Be grateful about that. Be grateful for the fact that he's willing to love this person publicly so that you know, okay, girl, let me take him off the radar. Because I tell it to you like this. When I used to go to the Woodward before it was burnt down, RIP to the Woodward, I miss that place. It was ratchet in the hood, but it was good people there. There always is. There's good everywhere if you know how to look for it. And there was a time where I went with my friend, and he brought 2 cis hetero black women with him, and they were fine. They were very attractive. I'm like, damn, okay, y'all fine. I can still be gay and think a woman is fine. I don't want to fuck you, but I can still think you fine. I think a lot of motherfuckers fine, and I don't want to fuck them. Okay, I'm in control of my dick. All right. But when we went to the Woodward, especially on a Saturday, that's packed. There's motherfuckers from up north of Michigan, all that type of shit coming down, Ohio and shit, all that shit. Them women got drunk and literally was crying in the club. And I'm like, why y'all crying? All these men gay. All these fine ass men is gay, girl. No. So I understand the jealousy there. I understand the feeling like you're going to miss out on what God has for you. No, you don't. Just love yourself. God going to give you that. Maybe learn to challenge your damn self and you'll see what God has in front of you. But now for him to go ahead and utilize the sisters, like, sister, these niggas, not only do you have to compete with other black women, not only do you have to compete with white women and exotic bitches, not only got to compete with trans women, but you also got to compete with us niggas too, girl. At this damn point, maybe y'all should do the polygamy thing. That's what I think. For the black people who are holistic, okay, well, maybe y'all need to have 4, 5 wives then. That's cool. I'm cool with that. You can take mine. The woman that you said I'm supposed to be with, the coochie that I'm supposed to slay, you can have it. You can have it. Go ahead, take it. You can take my portion. You can take my pussy portion. Go ahead. Go. I freely give it to you, nigga. Go ahead. And if we gonna play this game, some of y'all better be glad that some of these gay niggas ain't straight and ain't fucking women. Because if it was, baby, y'all would be probably circle jerking your damn selves. Because they would have all the pussy. It'll be bros over hoes for real in some way, form, or fashion. This is why I also smoke weed. Because, baby, I am on planet Earth, girl. With people who, not the people who just don't understand, but the people who have the capacity to understand but choose not to because they're afraid. Baby, and this is a scratching tip of the iceberg, girl. When it come down to queer-phobia, that shit finna go back up rampant. Watch. They didn't play on the niggas' emotions too much. They didn't play it on Black Lives Matter too much. Now it's time to get other people to continue this cycle. Let's bring the gays in this shit now. Let's have them be the pinata to get everybody's attention, to beat the shit out of them and hopefully find salvation after they're destroyed. Not realizing that if they were to get rid of queer people or black people, who do you think they're coming for? But that's okay. God willing. I'm going to manifest my projects and manifest what the universe has for me, girl. Because, baby, if we going to be mad as motherfucker, girl, we about to really be mad, baby. I'm going to make motherfuckers angry. It's about to be equality. And like I said, in this bitch, by any means. And I'm going to use film and media just like everybody else is, baby. No shade. What's the agenda? Okay, let's talk about the gay agenda and we're going to press play. What is the gay agenda? The gay agenda is literally being able to have your slice in the piece of this damn life pie to be able to enjoy your damn self as who you are. I long for the day where I can be able to hold, if I'm out at a damn concert somewhere, I want to be able to hold my nigga hand or hug my nigga or kiss my nigga like everybody else doing. Well, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It's not a problem because ain't nobody asking y'all to come into the bedroom because I don't want none of these motherfuckers on the Black Men Unfiltered YouTube shit. I don't want none of these niggas. I don't understand. When it comes down, shit, they might be. Said, girl, I don't know. Here go cheat code, girl. In order to make motherfucking Bubs ass straight, bitch, say y'all want to fuck me. I'd rather eat pussy before I fuck any of these niggas. Any of them. I don't think about them at all. Hell no. Some of these niggas is talking this shit, girl, the way they be looking, I be like, girl, you make broomsticks go soft. So what the fuck you think I'm gonna do?
When a man sees a woman that he thinks looks good and it may be in lust, it may not be in love, or maybe just appreciation, there's a grunt that he does under his breath. Could you imagine some dude walking around straight, even holding the hand of his wife, holding the hand of his girlfriend, and cutting the eye at this Sissy Santana, the athlete?
Wow.
Look at that. Come on. And you saw the other dude behind him in that in the Twitter thing, a reel, goosing him. Goosing him and goosing, you goose him, you're gonna feel some balls. Chubby, look, I ain't throwing off on, I can't even call him a brother. I'm not gonna say that.
Wow.
I don't know what he is. I don't care what he is. But that.
And that is the thing we've been saying this whole time, y'all. That's why I take my time with these live and doing for so long, cause I'm really breaking down what you're saying and listening to what you're saying. Ain't no old BubzDaGawd twisted some shit. No, bitch, we heard verbatim what came out of your mouth. And we understand, once again, these individuals don't want queer people around at all. They don't. They don't. They don't. They don't. They do not. Now we're finally getting to the truth. Now we're finally getting to the shit. Because all the fake pseudo-intelligence and the pseudo-motherfucking information and the pseudo-statistics and the pseudo, just all these facts that they have, we see through it now. So like I said, with the Homelander quote, if y'all not going to respect us voluntarily, then force is the next step. So now he's been ostracized from the black community because, according to Lance Scurv, he's mental illness masked as entertainment. He is perpetrating a caricature of women and himself without even educating himself about gay culture educating himself about gay experiences that are non-sexual, because like I said, some of you niggas be flattering yourselves too much. Maybe in y'all prime, but not right the hell now. Like I said, Lance, you said you have queer people that you know. You have queer people that you know personally. Why not bring them onto the platform to speak? And I'm gonna keep saying that. I know you watching, so I'm gonna keep saying that. Put them on the platform. If you really are here trying to help queer people for real and the queer youth, do it for the youth. Do it for the youth, Lance. Bring the homosexuals up there who agree with the whole in the closet lifestyle and way of living. Bring them on and help them and encourage the youth and let them queer youth know. Look, you can be in the closet and still live your life. You can still do what you might have to make some sacrifices, but you can still live it. Do that. At least you'll have some sort of credibility to what you're trying to speak here, because right now you don't. And that's been the constant theme when it comes to you in this whole queer conversation and dialogue. Is lacking a lot of substance, a lot of context, and a lot of nuance that queer people trying to help you on. You the one that don't know about queerness. We trying to educate you. And if we're gonna play this game from your standpoint, well, I guess a white person can tell a black person what it's like to be motherfucking black, because at this damn point it could be taught. Shut up, nigger. I know what it's like to be black. You can do this.
That dude looked musty. That dude looked like a chubby, musty. Look, back in the day we would go to the clubs and we would play house music. You know, back in the, I love house music.
Dancing,
right?
was
I wasn't
like
a club guy, but a couple of times, a couple of young ladies like, "Come on out with us, Lance. You could be our bodyguard. You could hang out with us, and you might get lucky." I said, "You might get lucky, right?" We'd have fun. Wasn't no sex involved like that. A lot of flirtation that was friendly. We go to the clubs, and always like when you had house music, you had a gay faction. Because they were one of the biggest supporters of house music. And I have to say, with certain genres of music and different things, they were with it. But you had to tolerate seeing that and say, okay, we going to, at least I got these chicks around me. And, not that somebody's going to run up at me and I need the chicks to protect me. But you saw that fat, chubby dude looking like Saucy Santana with the T-shirt that was tied around, revealing a chubby belly from the front and the back. And he was so chubby, it looked like he had little B cup or A+ cup titties, and they were dancing their ass off, but and like they had silicone shots in their backside, getting down to the music. I don't want to see that, but I went into a club, so you got to expect to see what you see.
Exactly.
I remember back in the day, the Paradise Garage. If you don't know about that, Google it. I haven't been there a whole lot of times. It was a handful of times. But that club would open up and be open all night to about 12 noon. And they had a roof that you can go up when it got lighter, morning time, and dance. And a lot of these people were there, they were high on drugs to dance all night. You dance from 9, 10, 11 o'clock all the way till 12 noon the next day, going to get something to eat and come back to the club, and you didn't sleep yet?
That's some cardio for your ass.
And it was open policy. Anything could walk in there. And you saw a lot of lesbians and gay dudes, a lot of hetero people, but there was a respect when nobody bothered each other. But the music was dope. That was just New York City.
Of course, it was a universal thing. Like, you can still be around people and still be respectful. Like, not every gay person is going to motherfucking try you. Like, that is a possibility. You can go in spaces and chill and do all that type of shit. And on top of that, that person that was doing that shit was living their motherfucking life, girl. They in the one spot, in the one place where they can motherfucking dance to stress off. And not feel judged and dance to the music, because now I feel like I can control this aspect of my life, at least. And then you come in and then, just, say what you saying. Understandable. Like, I can understand it, but it's like, come on now.
Back in the day, that was the early 80s, late 70s. I was slipping up in all these places. Very few places I haven't gone to. I don't go to no gay clubs. I've been in a few lesbian clubs because that's women. That's what I like. Okay, even though they weren't paying me no mind, a few were. I can tell you stories about that. But what I'm saying is that all of this stuff here, it has always been there, but it's put front line and center now for the younger folks to grasp it, because when you are coming up 13, 14, 15, 16, and you go through those rebellious stages and you do something to piss your parents off, instead of just cutting your hair in a punk rock style or just being some kind of rebel or being somebody rebellious in school and getting bad marks, even though you were real smart, look what you have put in front of you now. A lot of boys want to piss their fathers off, either for not being there, and they may not consciously think this, like I'm going to be gay just to piss my father off, who was never in my life. But it happens. It's the ultimate thing. It's the same thing, right? You go to white suburbia, ain't no black folks on there. Only black folks is the Aunt Jemima on the Aunt Jemima box or Uncle Ben's on the rice box in the supermarket. Ain't nothing black in there. If you see them, they got lost and turned around. And they before they even answer directions, oh, you need to turn right here in the corner. Nigga, we know you don't belong here. So you got the white girl. She doing good in school. She 13 years old. Her father and mother get along with her. But now she's 17, one more year before she graduates, and the family is well off, not rich or wealthy, but they got it going on.
They're comfortable.
And she doesn't want a brand new car, but she just wants to have that car that he doesn't take around a lot. Daddy, can I have that car and put it in my name? I'll maintain it. And he says no. And then he throws a few other things on. By the way, I'm not letting you get that car, and I don't like the way you've been dressing around them boys. You need to pull that back. So what does she do in her rebellious phase? She finds the biggest, blackest, thugged out, pants sagging, gold in the mouth. I'm not saying there's anything wrong to have gold. I'm just saying that stereotype with the locks to bring him home so that the father can see. And he's racist. And he's having nightmares about that long thing going up in his daughter. And so the daughter now acts a little more sexualized because she has a black boyfriend. And the rumor is she's sleeping with a black boyfriend, right? And ain't nobody acceptable to them types. I don't care if he was going to college and he had money and he dressed nicely and he spoke well. He was an acceptable Negro. There's still the issue of the black dick. They don't like none of it, but don't be what you see on the news at night for robbing that liquor store or being out there selling drugs or being locked up. They watch the documentaries too, of the black folks locked up. Oh my God, I would not want anything near my pure white daughter. And let me tell you something, it's not just a rebellious period either. Them white girls are jumping on black dick in record numbers. Trust and believe. And they still will act and throw your black ass under the bus when you think you got somewhere. Look, we'll talk about that tomorrow night. We'll talk about that tomorrow night. We'll talk about that. I want to talk about that. Because a lot of them used to come toward me and get away from me. I want nothing to do with you. I love my sisters. Oh, nothing more beautiful. I'm not even just talking on the lust level, the soul you have. And that's what they want to destroy in this world. And they don't want you to have any.
Oh, I'm not gonna say that. I was gonna, girls. The dark humor in me is about to come up. The mad TV part of me is finna come up, girl. I was about to say something. I caught myself.
Soul for me, meaning us as righteous black men. They want to destroy everything. They'll give me an opportunity faster as a black man. They see me laying up with somebody like Saucy Santana, because I've thrown in, I've rejected the black masculinity card. Don't live in this world without it. And Hollywood is one big, thankless, evil, demonic machine to project this stuff out to the world. And like I mentioned with Hitler and the Jews, we're calling for our own doom, because as long as we present ourselves as subhuman, as long as we present ourselves as less than, beast-like, decadent. Look, whatever is decadent to the world, there are some of us who go out there and seek it out, grasp it, and try to outdo the ones who's doing it. Because these white folks are all doing it, and they really doing it. It's got to be engineered for us.
What?
And again, remember, if you don't get anything else from this little rant tonight, they are going and messing around on the spiritual levels. Not that they're good, They're dipping and dabbing in all kind of things and dealing with all kind of entities from the dark worlds. I don't mean the dark world of black people. I'm talking about the dark worlds on that spiritual level. They have no shame to venture in to different levels and different planes of existence to turn it around on us to get us out of here. We're a useless tool for them unless we're here to entertain them or turn up our orifices for their pleasure. Just like back in the day when they used to have those big things in the Colosseum in Rome and warriors chopping each other's heads off and all this stuff, fighting to the death. That's the position we're in now. And we're so willing to do it. So willing to do it, just not even to be super famous and get lots of money. Some of us will do it for free just to have validation from the enemy, just to get a hookup on something. Wow. And they're doing it across the board. I remember this dude owned a car lot, and he was, the word around was if you were going over there and hitting them off, he'd give you a great discount as a lady for a car. But you had to keep up with the payments money-wise and wearing the knee pads. So there's a lot of things that are going on in the dark that are going to come out in the light. And even though you see Saucy Santana here, brazen and bold, and what he may say is proud with his mental illness, there's 100 times more of what you don't see. And you'd be surprised where it is in our neighborhoods, around the corner, in our households, in our churches, in our schools. We hear the teachers that are touching kids. We hear of this. But for everyone that's busted on the news, we say, oh God, this is disgusting. There's so many more that are doing it because everybody feels with their decadence, they can dip and dab a little bit and not get caught. Because you see, with decadence, that's the thrill. Doing it. See, what happened to the innocent decadence? What? I mean, the innocent decadence of maybe I was on the side of the house with this girl and her father was upstairs. You know what I mean? And I got away with sucking a titty. And I got out of there. Ooh, I was sucking her titties and her father was upstairs. That's innocent.
What?
Bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Wow. Sucking a woman's titty while her father upstairs is innocent. But would it be innocent if your daughter was getting her titties sucked by a nigga down there while you was asleep? Would it be innocent if your daughter was giving him head in your bed? Would that be innocent? Would it be innocent if that nigga was finger banging your daughter inside of your house while you was at work? Would that be innocent? It's innocent because it's heterosexual. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, that makes sense. Because it's heterosexual, it's innocent. Got you.
I didn't rape her. But these people,
got you.
These dudes, these download dudes who are married to decent women. Like I said, you go on the art page and you'll find that drawing that I did with the download brothers being sent to hell. Let me pull this up.
Oh, you got the image?
To hell.
You got the image?
And it said, download brothers are hurting innocent victims. And hurting innocent victims, hurting H, innocent I, and V, the V was the V.
Wow.
Victims of V. Wait a second. Do I still have that up there? Oh, here it go. Here it go right here. Here you go. I'm going to put the link right there, right? That's a drawing I did. I don't care who liked it. And I'm going to be more radical right now.
Bitch, what's the timestamp? Because I'm about to look at that image. Wow. Not this nigga got a picture, bitch, of motherfucking gay people. Going to hell with HIV. Lord have mercy. Where we at? That was 1 hour And 20. I want to see this picture. I want to see this damn picture. Cause that just was like, oh my God, wow. 26:52. He put the link down there. Cause I want to see that picture. Cause like I can only imagine what the hell that picture looked like. Cause the way that he just explained it, it was like wow, like wow. Like again, you're here. It is. You showing us exactly what you think and what you believe about queer people. Now that's good. Now his drawings are good. I'll give you that. His drawings are good. Girl, I can only imagine this nigga being petty and doing motherfucking caricature the monster leprechaun ass, girl. Okay, I got the picture now. Wow. I'll see if I can put it up on my platform. Because again, this is protected by copyright. And you did put it on. You did put it on motherfucking YouTube. So I'm gonna do that while I'm gonna do that while this continues to play.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm leaning toward on my next picture. One of them is putting two people that Kanye West had in trouble in a dress. Both of them. If it's good for us, damn it, it's good. You know, it's good for them. I'm gonna put that imagery out there. Okay, where am I right now? Here you go. Here you go. Click on that, family. Click on that. Look at that picture real quick. Click on that. You probably saw it already. You know, you're right, Gabriella. We have to detach from the matrix as much as possible. Really and truly in this world, I'm not in need or in want of the things of this world like that. I've drove so many different cars, trucks and vans. I don't have a car right now. I'm living better. And I don't mean on certain levels, right? But I'm just saying that I'm not worried about maintenance right now. I'm not worried about, you know, the oil change.
I'm gonna have to remove the video, unfortunately. But here's the picture. Remove the banner. And it reads, it says, down low men will never inherit God's holy kingdom. 1 Corinthians 6:9-18, Romans 1:26-31, Leviticus 18:22, 20:13. So I didn't know this. So now I'm really starting to completely understand more and more that Lance has, and I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but now I'm starting to truly understand what this really is. Let me delete this shit because I don't even want this shit on my shit. You just verified for me, sir, how fear-based it really is. Because your commentary contributes to the reason why the download community, unfortunately, will continue to thrive. Because those people are afraid to be themselves because of your commentary and what your commentary collectively does for their experience. So a lot of them will play the game. But of course, because this is a human being thing, and sexuality and sexual energy is a human being thing, there will come a time and day where you're going to have to deal with that. And a lot of people don't want to deal with that, not because they're upset that God sees it and they feel convicted, not because of anything like I'm hurting my damn wife and shit like that, but because they realize they're living in a lie and they're going to find a way to find some sort of truth for themselves. So instead of creating more fear-based narrative around queer people and even those in the download community and have more of a loving, affirming, accepting part of them, I promise you the download culture will reduce in size because people will not be afraid to be themselves. To where they ain't got a motherfucking lie. A lot of people, whether you want to just make it more broad, when it comes down to cheating, because that's what being down low is. You're cheating on your spouse. You're stepping out from your spouse because there is a lack of something in the relationship that you're not getting. And instead of being wise enough to speak to your partner and try to rectify it, or if it don't work out, to remove yourself from that partner so you don't end up hurting them and destroying the commitment that both of y'all have come together to honor and fulfill. If people were more honest with where they are, then I promise you a lot of this stuff that we're dealing with that we're afraid is going to affect us probably will lessen in the effect of us because we're actively participating in helping it heal. But that picture Lance put up proves that, girl, again, just like with Ron Fugata, and sad, there's no reconciliation, there is no compromise, there is no understanding, there is no leveling of the playing field. These people are literally prepared. Talking about mental illness. A lot of people are prepared to see queer people get hurt and not give a damn. He just created a goddamn picture about queer people going to hell. So of course the physical act of violence, I'm not going to sit up here and say that he's not going to support. He might not actually do it, which will be very wise for him. But I'm pretty sure if other people were to go out there and enact violence against queer people, he would be okay with it, even though I didn't do it. But by proxy, I'm cool with it.
Now, if I was in the United States, I'd have to have it. If I was in Florida where I was, I'd have to have it. If I was in New York, I'd have to have it. Not even as much in New York. But here, where, let's say, the distance of, and not everybody knows Manhattan. I can't really relate it to other cities because we all, but say you go on a bus, let's just say 25 miles. But the bus is one fare, but you take a cab that 25 miles, 30 miles. You know how much that's going to cost. You jump on one of these vans out here, and to go that same distance might be 7 CDs. And the rate of exchange is 10.85. I saw it earlier. Let's just say 10. And I said 7 CDs divided by 10, right? What is that? What is that? That's next to nothing. 70 cents to go 30 miles on a van. And they're all over the place. There's no, I have to have a Rolls Royce out here now and show off. No, I feel so free within my soul. I was always a free kind of person, and I knew the deal, but them pressures are not on me having to see this stuff like this. It's a different culture, yes, it's black people, and they look at me as different a little bit because I'm from another country, but whew, you got Saucy Santana's over here, but they ain't busting out like that yet. And Kamala Harris came over here to push that foolishness. But let me tell you something. Don't come out here and try that brazen. A lot of the people out here may look docile, but you got a faction of very militant people who could be way up on the mountain, snuff you out. Am I making threats? No. And when I say snuff you out, maybe to YouTube, I mean taking tobacco and putting snuff on the face. So you can't tell me what I meant. I said that on the record, but you know what I mean. They take that serious out here. And there is a good amount of it out here. I wouldn't say in the same proportions as America, but it's here on a very subtle level. Because dudes be throwing them eyes at me with my old ass. I'm like, yo, you gonna be hitting? Come on, man. Hitting on me for what? Come on. You ain't getting nowhere with me. Don't come near me with that. Trust me, there's a lot of dark shadows and dark alleyways out here, but you'll be laid out. Jack Griffin in the house, I didn't see you. I remember that pic, that's an old one. I believe JG helped on those verses. Wow. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking, I'm like, wait a second, you talking about Saucy Santana? Yeah, you did. You did, you saw it. I was zoned out talking. But yeah, I always seem to get my eye pulled over there when I'm talking, when I see Jack Griffin in the house. And for those who don't know, we go back to the 70s. We go back a long way. And pretty much, there ain't too much that Jack Griffin don't know about me. even more so. Ain't that right? But yeah, like I said, mental illness and to come out of these things. How do we come out of this? How does a Saucy Santana come to his wits? Is he going to have to be 70 years old and write a book about how he wasted his life with these different practices and different things? And I don't mean just to rag him because he's a homo. I'm a hetero, and I done did some things that would take most people to the place of mental illness.
You literally just explained at the beginning of the motherfucking live what the answer is to remedy mental illness. It gave you a list of where you can start off at. Why are you asking this question? Do you not remember or comprehend what the hell came out your mouth recently or earlier?
I've seen too much. I've been through a lot. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Well, thank you, Master Glam. And there's more on that.
No, I guess this audio went out. I'm about to cut this shit off anyway because I feel like, again, that ain't nothing, oh my God, revolutionary gonna come out of this. It's not. If anything, it's a projection of ignorance still, and being stubborn in your ignorance. And then feel some type of way when you get checked about your ignorance that you're projecting out into the fucking public. And even though you older than me, I'm a grown-ass adult. So at the same time, I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to put them back in. And there'll be more. And I set this whole thing up myself. And those are different things down through the years. But for me, artwork is not like, oh, I haven't done it in a long time, so I'm rusty. No. The more passion I have, is the more it's going to be detailed even more. And some of them are like cartoonish more than others.
Like caricatures, yeah.
Because of the time that I spent on it, or just wanted to rush it and hurry it up, or, you know, somewhere on the back of an envelope and somewhere on nice paper, whatever have you. Some are funny, some are, you know, just expressing different views, different things that happen. But now y'all got me back looking on this thing now. Yeah, kind of go through that and check it out. There'll be a whole lot more. You know, I'm 60 now. I want it to be, if I'm blessed to be 80 years old at one point, that I can look back on 20 years of putting out something once a week. Like I should have done from back when I got out of high school. You know what I mean? I would have had a whole lot of drawings. Now, they ain't shadow banning that. You can't shadow ban an illustration. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm going to wrap this down in a little bit. I just want to know if anybody wants to come on. And it's okay if you don't, because I will talk your ears off. If you had anything you wanted to say or come pop on, here is the link. I'm going to drop it down in. You know, I always give that opportunity. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't, because, you know, we do this every night, and it's not a problem. You know, like I said, what you say, Master Glam? Wait. And Jackie Blue said, how does he wipe his ass with those hands? You can wipe your ass with long nails. I don't know why y'all asked that. Why do you want to know? Well, I'll tell you one thing, Master Glam. I don't want to know what he does. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I've in my visual experiences, I have seen. What were you doing watching somebody wipe up? No.
I'm done. I can't do it no more. I'm done. I'm done. I guess as a queer man, I'm just gonna have to prepare myself for war. A lot of these niggas wanna continue to manifest this tribal type of energy, more of division, as opposed to learning how to honor and respect each other. I know heterosexuality will never ever die out, and I hope that it doesn't. I don't call for it to die out. All I'm saying is that it's not the only experience on life that is worthy to be included, that is worthy to be honored, that is worthy to be loved on, that is worthy to be accepted as part of it. Because once again, if Mother Nature, God, source, fucking universe had an issue or a problem, okay, with queer people, I am pretty sure she don't need none of y'all motherfucking help. And just like a lot of these niggas, I have a militant energy in me as well. And if I were to tap into that energy, I'm afraid of what the fuck would happen. Not for me, but for y'all. Long gone are the days of y'all projecting y'all bullshit onto queer people and expecting them to just shut the fuck up and deal with it. No. Y'all spoke lies on queer people objectively and trying to make this broad stroke or whatever for 20 plus years, and you still struggle in manifesting that. Again, while queer people have been taking their experiences, surviving them, learning from them, documenting them, and then putting them out as fact. And y'all can't handle the facts because the facts include you in a way that y'all deem to be desirable. And when we look at it, we see what the truth is. And since y'all really bad, and since y'all really about it, and since y'all really men, and since y'all into masculinity and all this other shit, instead of y'all picking on queer people, why don't you go after the motherfuckers who did all this shit to us? Niggas ain't got no problem killing niggas, girl, but be afraid to get the motherfuckers, girl, who killing niggas outside of us. Talk all this shit, but George Zimmerman's still walking. It's getting to a point to we are participating in us being the fucking laughing stock. Because we don't have any love for self. But that's okay. Because the indigo children are here now. The spiritual children are here now. And eyes have not seen nor ear heard about what's manifesting today. And I've said it before and I will say it the fuck again. Above all things, make sure you love yourself, because you are going to have to be your own anchor once everything falls down, and everything is going to fall. But you don't have to fall with it. So Lance, like I said, every time you open your mouth and speak ignorantly about queer people without facts to support what you're saying, BubzDaGawd is going to be here with his little leprechaun ladder, and I'm going to check the shit that comes out of your mouth. And that list of checking motherfuckers speaking ill information, that list is slowly but surely, unfortunately, growing. But anyway, thank y'all for watching, or listening, shall I say. I'm about to give me something to eat and enjoy the rest of my damn night. If you like, please like the video, if possible. Okay, comment how you feel. I don't give a damn if you agree with Lance, if you don't agree with Lance, whatever you feel, let it be known in the comment section. I'm inviting anybody. It ain't even got to be Lance. It could be anybody over in Lance's camp. I don't give a fuck at this point. Who's gonna be big and bad enough to face the fear, though? Who gonna be big and bad enough to face the fear, though? That's the question. Until next time, fam.
Love never dies, just choose to be born again.